72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is Card's green? Right, but where is Card's green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well-deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to America's Grandmasters. Today is Friday, the first day of playoffs, but the very last Friday of America's Grandmasters that you will ever see, which is insane. But nonetheless, I'm TJ, and this is Neil. And Neil, how you doing? You excited for playoffs? You looking forward to a weekend of Hearthstone?
Yeah, I feel like I've got a shout out. I seem a long way away from you, but yeah, I'm going to work that out shortly. Fantastic watching the previous two regions. I got to see most of those earlier today, finishing up with that crazy Yala match right at the end there. Obviously, we're going to have the same sort of lineup coming into this in a minute, because Super Fake Fled, all that going on today. If it's anything like we just saw in Europe, this is going to be one heck of a weekend, TJ. And like you say, it's my first time casting a last time of things, so I don't really know how to go about it. But here's the overview, TJ. What's going on?
This is, in fact, the overview. So how the playoffs work for Grandmasters is the 8 players that earn the most points throughout the regular season get split into 2 dual elimination group brackets. Today we're going to be playing out one group, and then tomorrow we're going to be playing out the second group. The first and second seed players got a bye in the first round of each groups. We'll show you that in a visual once we get to those actual brackets. And then the player that got 7th or 8th seed starts off the group with an automatic loss. The top 4 on Sunday will meet in a single elimination final bracket, similar to how we do it during the regular season of Grandmasters. And then, of course, the winner of the playoffs gets that also coveted spot at the World Championship. And we're going to be playing Conquest. Back to the bread and butter of competitive Hearthstone.
Yeah, I can't believe we're getting World Championship competitors ready already. It's gone so quickly. I think Sottle's echoed that thought, or I'm echoing his thought, one or the other. There's the Conquest of which you were speaking, 4 decks per player, 4 unique classes. You know all this, right? You saw this all this last week at the Masters Tour. Everybody bans one from their opponent. You play the best of 5 with what classes are left. You can't win with the same deck twice because you're trying to win one with each deck. And then TJ just explained, it's a dual tournament, top 4 Sunday. Yeah, that's the rest of the sheet.
Yep. Great explanation, as always, Neil. Fantastic. And, you know, I think things have evolved quite a bit, right? Seeing the giant sample size of matches and lineups that we got to saw at the Masters Tour definitely shaped players' views of what to do coming into this week of Grandmasters, which I think is very cool. We also have one new card with Akani, Blade Master Akani being thrown in there, which has changed some things, right?
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, I do think it's... maybe brought Druid down a peg. Like it's just another card that's in sort of these board-based aggro decks arsenal that they can use to stop an already razor-thin margin of victory that the Kazakhstan Druids actually get in some of those matchups. But Neil,
What have they done?
help me make sense of this.
I don't understand.
What does it mean?
So you get $1,000 for turning up.
Okay,
And you win
easy.
$500 if you advance to the next stage, and $500 if you advance to the next stage.
Okay, easy. Okay.
And then you get another
Then what
$500
happens?
for winning. And then there's $133, which is a really strange amount lying around. And then all the 3 winners of all the regions play for the extra dollar.
This is actually $2,633.33 repeating. We just rounded
play
it
for the
down.
extra cent.
Yeah, they play for the extra cent just to make sure. But yeah, it's like you're getting, just to simplify it for us, right? You're getting $133 of your world's money now.
Like
Get it up
early,
front.
yeah.
Yeah, you're getting it early. And then maybe down the line, once the World Championship happens, we're going to give you an extra $133. How about that? Is that a good way to explain it?
I don't think there is a good way to. The only way I can explain it is that Abar got sick of us doing the $500 thing every 2 years, and just went, you know what? It's the last chance I'll get. I'm just going to add $133 to the first prize to make it impossible to describe.
It's $133 of his own money that he used
he just
so we wouldn't do this. Well, there you go, Abar. Your money's wasted.
Failed.
Congratulations.
Absolutely failed. Here is how it works. It looks more confusing than it is, right, TJ?
Yeah. So Fled did finish in the top 2, which means that he essentially won a first initial match. You can imagine it as Fled and Nalgidon had already played, and Fled won, and Nalgidon lost. That's what how it would break out if it was a normal group like you'd see in Grandmasters. And that's based off Fled getting top 2 and Nalgidon getting 7th/8th. Pascoa and Frozen were right in the middle of the pack as far as regular season standings go. So they're going to enter the group as normal and play out that initial match. So today we're going to play out that initial match between Pascoa and Frozen, the winner's match between Fled and whoever wins, the lower bracket match between Nalgidon and whoever loses that initial match, and then of course the decider to see which of the players that's 1-1 currently at that phase will move on to the semifinals.
And now it looks the same, but the names are different for tomorrow.
That's right. That's how brackets work. Yep. The remaining 4 players will play in Group B tomorrow, which we will play out in its entirety, with Pun, Gamer, RVG. In that initial match, Dmitry Kazov finishing top 2, getting moved up to the winners, and then Monsanto barely squeaking by into the playoffs on tiebreakers, but he's there. That's what matters. Starts off with that loss, and we'll have to duke it out in the elimination match.
Yeah, and 2 absolutely stacked groups, which, wasn't a given going back 2 or 3 years in America's region. But I think we've got to the point finally now where we're ready to find out who is going to be the America's representative and who may well win the Hearthstone World Championship. And I am very excited to find out who it's going to be.
As am I.
They're going to win. They're going to win. TJ's really excited about it.
Oh, man, the blur is starting super early today, man. Oh, jeez. It's going to be one of those days. I'm starting to calm down a little bit. But, yeah, and also, some emotions this weekend, not only from the players, but probably from me and Neil towards the end as well. As we, what were the words used? Sunset Regional Grandmasters. We will move to a global Grandmasters called Grandmasters Last Call in our 2nd season of the year, and that'll be the end of it as we move towards whatever 2023 has in store for us.
Grandmasters. Grandmasters.
Coming soon to a computer or mobile device near you. Hearthstone Grandmasters.
All right, first match of the day is going to be the aforementioned Pascoa versus Frozen. They did play in week 2. Pascoa got the better of Frozen that week, 3-0, and then got all the way to the final, and then lost to Fled. And that was his week. Had another good week the week after as well, which is why he's here. Frozen, on the other hand, he won week 1, like just won it, and then just took it easy. Took his feet off the pedals. Like, I've done my work now. Just don't really need to get many more points. Got enough points to get into the top 4, and here he is. Once again, looking in with a great chance of getting to the World Championships. And joking aside, he's looked good this season as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Obviously, we didn't see him in week number 2, so maybe he looks terrible.
Yeah, maybe he was garbage in week 2. But when we've seen him, and we're seeing him now, which is all that matters, he's looked great. If he was garbage when he's off camera, doesn't matter this weekend because we're showing you all of the matches. And if you want to catch all that and make sure you don't miss it, remember to subscribe to YouTube.
That's right. It reminds you every time we go to a little never miss a match, right? That thing. Subscribe.
Well, this hasn't been updated, but we'll go with it anyway. So I'll just on to the appropriate people, which isn't me for once. 11-6 with Poison Road. That's actually 11-7. I know that. And he's not playing it this week. Runner-up last week. Well, that's also not true. He was runner-up in week number 2, as I just described, and his Masters.
And last week was the Masters
changed as well.
Yeah, I didn't realize Pascoa got 2nd in the Masters Tour. Cool. The decks, however, are correct. is playing the Rally Priest, Buff Paladin, Quest Rogue, and Beast Druid. So a little bit of an interesting lineup, right? We're seeing a good chunk of Beast Druid, just because, as we've seen over the past week, Kazakhstan Druid has a big target on its back with the aggro lineups. But normally in these aggro lineups, you see Shadow Priest, right? Because it just kind of fits the bill. Pascoa going kind of with a double whammy style, where he's got two sort of aggro decks with the Beast Druid and Buff Paladin, but then throws Rally Priest and Quest Rogue in there. So you can think more of his lineup as kind of like a mid-rangey lineup, which mid-range really hasn't existed much. But these are the 4 decks in the metagame that are as close to mid-range as you can get, I would say.
And these graphics have updated. 7 and 5 record for Frozen, as most of that coming in week 1, and the regular stuff that I just don't want to take those down. He won so many things. Well, he came second in the World Championship after nearly winning it, and then he did do really well in that Gold Team Championships in China last year as well. And they just seem like evergreen facts that I never want to touch. But 7 and 5 record, pretty good going. That means, how many points do you get, TJ, if you went 7 and 5? You can work this out.
Ooh, let's see. You get 1 point per win, so that would be 7 points.
Yep, that's how many points he got, and that was plenty. We have seen players in one of the regions with 4 points get through, and I think 5 was pretty much the sort of cut-off for the other 2 regions, if I remember correctly. And he is playing the Weapon Rogue, the deck that Pascoa sort of made his own in that week where he was winning. He just, or the week after when he played against Dimitri in the finals, he was just killing everybody with Poison Rogue. So maybe time to get a dose of his own medicine now.
Yep, and it's going to be Rally Priest first for Pascoa. So we got Rally Priest versus Weapon Rogue to kick things off. And this matchup's kind of interesting, right? I feel like the Weapon Rogue's pretty consistent in what it tries to do. Obviously, you can have those games where you miss the weapon, but you have a lot of fail-safes against that with Secret Passage, so many tradables, ways to draw. You're going to find it at some point. And then the Rally Priest has sort of the same consistency with finding the minions. It's about finding the minions and finding the support to go along with it in the early game to really put the pressure on the Weapon Rogue. Because you can have times where you just stick a Sethic Veilweaver on turn 2. The very limited removal that Weapon Rogue has at its disposal means that that's going to stick. You pop a Power Word Feast, and then you're off to the races, right? This Rally Priest can also find an absurd amount of healing. It has healing in its deck with like Renews, Desperate Prayers, what have you. And then it can find even more with randomly generated Flash Heals, Desperate Prayers, Renews, everything under the sun. So I feel like this matchup is different every time you look at it. And right off the bat, Pascoa has Drekthar in the opening hand, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to hypothesize that this priest is a little bit slower than your regular Miracle Priest because it does have to take the time to find the things it wants rather than just have them in its deck. But Drekthar kind of changes all of that massively and puts a lot of damage on the board on turn 4 immediately, as if it wants to, of course. But with Rally in hand, I don't see why he wouldn't. And that's going to change the clock quite a lot. Might mean that Frozen has to start looking for those cloaks early that we always talk about. Cloak, scabs is kind of the mantra that we've used for several weeks for this deck at turn 6, 7, 8. But if you're going to die on turn 6, you don't get to cloak.
Yeah, and because of the aforementioned reasons, you sometimes also have to get creative because cloak, sure, it'll stop you from dying, but it won't stop the priest from generating resources. And of that could be additional healing, which could make it just harder for you to win the game, especially if you're having to be inefficient with your damage early because you're having to spend so much mana on early turns cloaking. So, like I said, this matchup can get weird really quickly. You might see 40 attack or, 80 stats on the board. And the priest just unable to do anything because of a cloak.
Nice.
If you can get to scabs safely, you're usually in a good spot.
There's some nice camera work there. Remember, they can't see each other, but they look like they could. Like Pascoa dropping the direct throw, they both had a bit of a laugh, and then Frozen drops the weapon, they both have a bit of a laugh again. So if they were opposite each other, we could say this has been played in really good spirits, which it probably is, but they don't know that until afterwards. Pascoa was surprised by the lineups in America. He wasn't really sure what the people in the region are doing, I think was pretty much his words. But he also didn't know what to bring. He brought his same lineup that he brought for the Masters Tour. So, because he just couldn't work out how to level and second level and third level the meta, so he just brought good decks.
So many options.
All right, Frozen has all this mana available for Secret Passage when he wants it, but I want to wait a turn.
I don't know about that. As weird as it sounds, I wouldn't mind like coin prep passage just to find anything, right?
Yeah.
But it looks like he's just going to get these minions out of the way. This will at least force Pascoa to have like rally in hand, right?
Yep.
He's not sacrificing that much damage. It's a wicked stab. But he knows that Pascoa won't be able to pop off this turn. It'll very likely be a setup turn to pop off after the fact. So just buying himself one additional turn. This means that he can delay his cloak for a turn which has so much value.
Absolutely. If you get the first one down on 6 or maybe push it to 7 again. You highlighted at the start, the priest has quite a lot of healing from out of nowhere. It can get really irritating, but it also doesn't have that absolutely monstrous minion very often. Yes, Bless is a thing, it exists, it's there, but quite often you just stall out with a bunch of sort of 6 attack, 9 attack minions or something like that. It's large, it's terrifying, but you've got to kill them before the cloak comes out is where I'm getting at. You don't necessarily have that knockout blow in one turn.
Yeah.
Partly because you've run out of time.
I guess if you're not Gabby, sure.
Gabby ran out of time on some of his turns. I mean, he had amazing turns and played like 6 million minions, or spells, but he ran out of time on some turns. Yeah, and Pascoa not messing around with the rally. He's just going to get going and get this big thing in there and try and win it next turn.
Yep.
All right, it's time to go, Frozen.
A lot of good pickups here.
There's a cloak. He's going to have to play it, I think.
I guess. I don't think you have to play it here just because it actually is a little bit difficult to get 13 attack up to 17, right?
Uh-huh. But now he hasn't got it. He's got to draw it. Yeah, it makes sense.
He's got another passage, and notably holding on to coin as well, which gives him the option to coin scabs, which, Priest will very rarely kill you from hand, only if they get like a randomly generated void shard, right? Is a way that they can kill you from hand. I know this because it's something that I've done. Call of the Void into I always forget the name. The 3-mana 4/3 Death Rattle, deal 3 damage to the enemy hero.
Sure, you know me in card names, TJ. Yeah, I know the card you mean, but I don't have cards like that. I don't play enough Arena for some of those cards. I played a lot of Priest, though. Look. Where are we at? Anyway, he's not likely to get the damage through this turn. It's going to be all about this draw and this secret passage for Frozen. And then he's got to win the game as well. Like, talking as if that's obvious. But yeah, then he has to actually win the game, even if he gets the passage into the cloak, into the scabs. Okay, first big play of the night.
Gotta be cloak. Or draw, right?
Yep.
Ooh! Oh no! I was thinking like cutting class maybe?
Oh, that's a...
Has one trade
Yep.
and has used preps as well. So can't even like double draw into prep cloak or something along those lines. Does have the draw from...
Oh, it's the cloak!
Oh!
The game's back on!
Yep. And then I like this ordering. This allows him to go cloak, and then if he does hit a spell from the Blackwater Cutlass, he gets the discount on that, as opposed to... Okay, well, didn't hit it. That will reset. And now does have coin scabs available to be able to deal with whatever Pascoa is going to do on the board here.
And what do you do here? Because you lose to scab. Well, you don't lose. You lose your board to scabs, and you beat everything else anyway.
Yeah, I think he's kind of safe to just like play Thrive. Yeah. Maybe even Auspicious Spirits just for 4. You might get something back in your hand that's useful.
Raised Dead's a bit scary. You don't need it because of Rally. You might need the 0 mana later. You don't want to take the 3. So yeah, what you said. Yep, get your palm reading mana spent.
Ooh, Void Shard. Damage from hand. However, Psyche Split could also be valuable. I don't think he's getting the Psyche Split next turn, though. Actually, he could just start with Psyche Split, but then you need to hit exact discounts for Gift of Luminance. I mean, from Pascoa's perspective, I feel like it's just about finding the heal. It's not about finding any like crazy power turn. Because his 13/13 is enough to threaten, so it'll force scabs. And then he just needs to present a board again.
And then not die.
And then not die, exactly. The next turn is going to be about building a board and then maybe trying to like maximize healing.
Yeah, he's got to not die, because he could very much die.
Yeah.
In fact, he's currently, if he forgets to heal, he's currently... Can't add, I was going to say he's dead. He's not. Yes, he is. Currently dead.
Yep. There's 12 already just chilling on the board. And Frozen thinking about, like, if he should, like, Hero Power Garrote right now to maybe, like, give himself ultra lethal if he realizes that he has to kill. But here we go. Pascoa, he's popping off.
He is popping off with Pop-Off Priest. Have you ever played Drekthar, TJ, and got no minions and then thought, oh yeah, of course I've reduced the cost on the Drekthar. Oops. Ever done that?
No.
I have.
Okay.
More than once as well, embarrassingly enough.
I've thought to myself, oh no, Drekthar doesn't pull anything here. I've thought it.
You're not like Lorinda enough to actually go there and just, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Takes care of the board. That puts him in a pretty decent spot compared to if he didn't take care of the board. And now he should be good to get through next turn.
Yeah, he is threatening lethal in almost every circumstance because of the bless. I don't think the 2/5 Nazmani is going anywhere, especially as Divine Shield. Rogue just doesn't have enough.
There it is! Cloak number 2! Oh, excuse me for shouting. I'm excited. It's Sottel's fault. They got me excited in the previous cast. I haven't quite calmed down yet.
He did have quite a bit of time to find it, right? A lot of tradables, Deadly Poison, Silverly Poison's on the weapon, right? Only 9 cards left in deck. So now it's about the setup. I wonder if he's worried about like leaving a Sethic up, right? Like he does have or it wouldn't even matter if he had Paralytic Poison, but
go away!
That's 5 mana spent on trading at the beginning of that turn. That's crazy.
Wait. What am I doing wrong here?
He can hero power. He hasn't hero powered yet. What do you mean?
Right. I thought there was another like card he could play and he can't. I'm just going crazy. Just ignore me, carry on. It's the first game of the day. I'm allowed to be crazy.
I mean, you could have played the Garrote or the Wicked Stab, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Desperate Prayer. He has Desperate Prayer and Renew. Hello? However,
Wow.
it may not even be enough because Frozen has a lot of damage plus a lot of potential damage. It is an 8-attack weapon with, I believe, double Silverleaf Poison on it. Or maybe just one. Regardless. And then Guild Trader plus double Garrote and Wicked Stab.
I guess I was still trying to work out why he didn't use the Garrote, but he's got the Guild Trader buff on this, and he's not got much card draw left, so the bleeds aren't going to be very good. So that's why I was going nutty. All right, how much healing is he going to get going? Then all of it, by the look of it, like you just said. 22.
I mean, Apotheosis, but there's nothing to target. There's only one Silverleaf Poison on the weapon. That's my bad. Last 8 cards. Poison. So it's got to be from hand. He's got an attack into this.
Yeah.
He's got 1 Cutting Class, a Silverleaf Poison, 2 Swindles, Blackwater Cutlasses. Like, the remainder of his deck is essentially all draw except for the second Shank. And he can fit all this in. But he's used both Sinister Strikes. So it would be the full damage Garrotes, which would be 12 plus 12. And the Wicked Stab is 6. So he would only need... he would still need 3 bleeds, however.
Yep.
And it looks like, by the looks of this, he's going to get at least 2 card draws. Potentially a third and a fourth. Because he does have a Cutting Class left. He's got some tradables left, but he's going to be pretty low on mana. Yeah, so he needs 3 bleeds. And that's the only damage that's left in the deck is the bleeds. And he's going to leave himself mana for... No, I don't think so. The only thing he'd be leaving himself mana is for tradables, in which case Silverleaf Poison would do the same thing. He's not trading this immediately, so it looks like he... Oh, nope, he is. Did he get it? Nope. And turn button is green! Oh, no!
Wow. What a start. 1 game in, Pascoa already pumped up. I'm already pumped up, and we've still got another 3.5 matches still to go. But that, we might not see a better one than that. Hang on, that's not how it works. All the matches are going to be better than that. That was a great match. Great game.
So I'm trying to think if that was like the fully correct ordering, right? Because Silverleaf Poison gets him 1 deeper in his deck automatically. Whereas if he leaves himself extra mana, he could get 2 draws from 2 mana. Because 3 out of his then, 7 cards remaining would have been tradables. So nearly half his deck. And at that point, he was almost like just looking for the bleeds or Cutting Class. So it was like maximizing draws. So I wonder if Silverleaf Poison wasn't the play there. Or going even further than that, if you don't even Wicked Stab first. Right? Does that make sense? Because
yes,
the Wicked Stab is 1 mana for 1 bleed, right? Whereas like a tradable in deck could be 1 mana for 2 bleeds. Like it's maximum possible damage. So I don't know the exact math. That is very difficult to work out. Like, what's the absolute highest likelihood that you get lethal there? Is it swinging once with 1 Silverleaf Poison and then moving from there? Because the draws left in his deck, he had the only non-draw card was Swine Tusk Shank. He had 2 Cutlasses, 1 Rustrot Viper, 2 Swindles, and a Cutting Class, I believe, was what was left.
Yeah, I think that's right.
very difficult to work out what's the
I
absolute
could work that out fairly
highest
quickly
likelihood.
if I wasn't casting at the same time, I think. But yeah, they're playing.
Well, that doesn't do us any good, Neil.
Well, just, I don't know. Get Sottle in for 20 minutes like I normally do when I have to fix things. All right, it's going to be the Brute Demon Hunter versus, I believe, the Quest Rogue from Pascoa here.
All right.
No removal in these decks. You just put your minions down and off they go.
I'm going to be honest here. This Brute Demon Hunter, I have almost zero faith in. Like,
it does so well.
But every time I see it piloted by somebody who's not Bly's, it just feels like it always comes up barely short. Like Kazakhstan, especially with the meta, the type of meta that we're looking at, it feels like Kazakhstan just isn't doing anything, right? Kazakhstan is only relevant against like those slower decks, where you actually are decking yourself, not killing your opponent, and have enough time to play Kazakhstan and find treasures to win the game. Which in the current field of lineups in Americas, there's just not many players that have a deck that allows you to do that. And so the whole it's just one card thing, it's just one card that I've seen and have felt in playing the deck screw me so many times. But we'll see, because Brutes are still large and in charge. And Frozen actually has a very interesting take on the deck as well. He's included a Safety Expector and a Sigil of Silence in the deck, which is a little bit different than the norm.
Quite interesting. You quite often see that. I mean, it's an ambitious card, right? Because you want it after get to Kazakhstan. It's a way for one mana to actually start drawing your treasures really quickly is one way to use it. Obviously, there's many others because you get your quest completed quicker, that sort of thing. But I don't know. I'm not sold on the old Safety Inspector yet. So, not a lot of draw, but it all clogs each other up, so it's not actually a lot of draw. It just looks like it. Oh shit, isn't a very big removal spell, is it, against Rogue?
I mean, it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's better
That's
than
kind of how I
some
look at
versions.
Soulshare.
Don't have any.
It's removal with an upside, and the upside being sometimes it allows you to get Brutes out, right? Or it gives that little bit of extra healing to survive when you're getting down like a Kurtrus or something. So I still think it has its place in the deck, but it does often feel like, oh my gosh, this doesn't do anything in this situation. Okay. A little bit of an awkward hand for Pascoa here. Does have the discounted scabs, but no way to combo it. I guess we'll get a gizmo. I was about to say treasure. Come on, TJ, get your head in the game. A gizmo.
It's a gizmo. It's a treasure. You know, same sort of thing.
Yeah.
Early gig.
Yep. All acceptable. Will be a pretty good turn next turn, however.
Yeah, absolutely. One person's treasure is another person's trash or something like that. Not how that goes.
Oh.
Okay.
Smell that?
Let's do some things.
Smells like a brute. It doesn't smell like a brute anymore.
He's going to bail on the brute plan.
Well. Is this bailing on the brute plan, or is this
Like setting up the brute plan?
Yeah, like if he hits Spectral Sight there, he could coin Spectral Sight and then hit brutes. But now it has become a little bit of an awkward hand, however. Whoo!
That was a big whoo.
Yeah, this is one of those play your hand type hands.
Yep, just put those cards out there and make sure they've got more than 3 health at the end of the turn. All you got to do. Or make sure most of them have got more than 3 health at least.
This is one of those please glide me kind of hands.
Uh-huh. I'll be glad to get glid. I think Frozen isn't that far away from having a huge turn of his own. Yeah, but how much of it survives, or do we care how much of it survives? I guess.
Yeah,
It's
it's just
good.
it's just stats.
Uh-huh. All that stuff.
Yeah, that thing could even draw him a card. The
You put a glide
35
on top. Yeah.
Oh,
Please glide me. Do it to all of them. Oh my.
it looks like he's
Half his removal spell's gone.
Yep, looks like he's gonna set up for next turn to be potential Broodage. But he's taking some heavy damage right now, like real heavy.
Next turn is going to be absolutely ridiculous, though. He could get 3 brutes in a lot of worlds.
But will he
a lot
do
of
it in this world is the question. Because this world right now, the one we're living in, is the only one that matters.
On someone from World 732Y just phoned in. They're complaining.
Nope.
Unlucky.
And then
off the line.
And then next world, that world will be the only one that matters.
Uh-huh. Oh, I see. They run in like, you run all of this world forever, and then the next one starts and runs again. They're not all running, like, simultaneously. I see. Always wondered how that worked. Now I know. Thank you, TJ.
You're welcome.
All right, gonna draw a lot of cards. Needs a lot of brutes.
I see it all.
He's gonna draw a lot of cards.
Ho 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 ho! Crimson Sigil Runner, that's a draw too.
Keep on playing these 0-cost cards and hope it all works out.
Yep. Wants to hit a brute like right now
Yep.
for this philosophy because it's in outcast position and he's gonna have to play it. Wait, what?
No brute. And he gets the Spirit Jailer just to make it worse.
He can still Spirit Jailer. That still draws a card. It also shuffles. I mean, the brutes are free at this point. He's drawn 8 cards this turn.
Yeah, he needs at least 1 brute, probably 2. With the healing, maybe he gets away with 1.
Okay, Soul Fragment. Brute! Nailed it!
Oh, last card.
And dump him.
Dump him quick.
Did he get any of them?
1.
One? He got...
Frozen. That is a disaster.
And looking at this hand from Pascoa, like... That would have been it. That would have been enough to survive. Maybe not enough to win the game, because Pascoa actually has quest completion right now. How much damage is this? Because Pascoa can complete the quest, play scabs, and get rid of this brute. Because I believe he's at 1 out of 2 on the final one. Would need to trade a minion in first, and then we're looking at 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage with the dagger.
I'm still... It was that hesitation for Frozen, wasn't it, on the Spirit Jailer? Didn't quite know which way to go because of the philosophy on the left. If he just played it, I know it's easy said, but it was only like 2 seconds. He went pretty quick on the whole turn and just got done at the end there. And now he's going to struggle to get anything down next turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't even count the total damage. As soon as you said it was under 16, it's like, okay, well, he won't inflict it all then. There's bits to tidy up around here. A few value trades along the way.
My hand is full.
Wow.
I mean, do you have to just Soulshare glide and then hope you get back enough stuff?
Yeah.
Like enough brutes? Does it reset? It has to, right? The Fizz Flash?
I never know with shuffles. If it doesn't say shuffle, then... Oh, it'll reset the Fizz Flash. Yes, it will. Pretty sure. It resets casting costs and things, so... Frozen gives it up. He had that one in the bag. If he just... I don't know. If it was just a couple of seconds quicker, it's hard to say exactly what went wrong. He did a lot of actions in the turn. We don't necessarily see the animations at the same rate he sees them, for instance. So either way, 2-0 down, and it's down to the buff Paladin from Pascoa.
Yeah, and this one's going to be pretty tough for Frozen, I have to imagine. And it wasn't like even if you got 3 brutes down there, it wasn't like guaranteed that he would win. Pascoa could clear much of it up, and then was rolling into a Scab's turn, so would have had like quest completed, but Frozen would have been able to get down the Kurtrus pretty safely. And you know, from there it's just about drawing the rest of his deck and dealt Lion's Frenzy, etc., etc.
Glide becomes super relevant at that point as well, rather than just a nightmare.
Yep.
Yeah, it would have all been so much better for him. But like you say, the Rogue is quite resilient, so he may still have got it done. But oh my goodness, anyone but Frozen, pretty much, I'd be saying, well, he's got to get back on top of it now. But I don't think Frozen has that issue. I'm not saying he never tilts, but I think when it matters, he can control it. I don't think that will come into play here.
Well, we shall see.
However, he's got an uphill climb here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You need brutes, and you need them quick. I'm curious where Pascoa decides to go with this mulligan. He is on the play. The one drops a lot of value, but Righteous Protector, actually not that much value in this particular matchup. Trog, Trog would be so good, but his curve makes sense right now. Like if he just keeps this, it's pretty good. It's a pretty good curve.
I think in a favourable...
If he's all right with pretty good, or if he wants to go for the juice.
In a favourable, I think you're okay with pretty good, right? There's no reason... The only thing... Part of your not favourability is having a bad hand. So don't have a bad hand. If you're offered a medium hand, just take it.
Yeah.
That's my view on it, whether it's right or wrong. I would have said that even if he hadn't kept them all. That's how I felt about it. All right, there's a brute in hand, but... I don't know. It's worth 2 in the bush.
Yeah, something like that.
Needs to set this up over a couple of turns, obviously. Doesn't really have a setty-uppy kind of hand.
And just take the card draw at all costs.
Suddenly this slow-ish looking hand obviously accelerates pretty rapidly here.
Yeah, I would call it slow. I would just call it not 100% ideal. It's a good hand. It just wasn't the best hand. The best hand would be if that Righteous Protector was a Trog.
Sigil of Silence.
Okay, Sigil of Silence. Quite good.
It's got so much work to do in this game, hasn't it?
Yeah, but I feel like you do it sooner rather than later.
Yep.
Because it can do so much work in the game, but if the game ends before it doesn't work,
then it can't.
Then it can't.
And
I see.
Did you just change your pronunciation of can't?
I did. I changed it from can't to can't.
Can't.
That's it. There you go. We should probably move on because we've got to be very careful. All right, there's a brute online. brackets.
philosophy, though, and is one brute worth it?
I don't think it is. It just gets eaten by a divine shield and a 3-1.
That was a pretty insane turn.
Yeah. Pascoa's like, can you stop doing stuff now, please? I would like to have a go. I mean, it worked last time, so I guess that's what he should be saying.
Yep. Yeah. All right. You can stop there. Everyone's like, all right.
No. Just
If you
work.
say so.
So he's challenged with spending his mana in a way that doesn't waste it, given he's getting silenced next turn.
Yep.
Vindicator. obviously-
Probably just play Carriel, right?
What do you lose? You lose Divine Shield. Sure. You're probably never going to get its ability off. Although, you're expecting Brutes next turn. Vindicator, of course, you do lose the reduction on the spell, but you do get a 3-1 on the board.
True strength comes from within.
All right, he's just going to get the damage.
Okay. There's a lot of damage.
Yeah, now you see you frozen down to 11, you suddenly think, okay, yeah, okay, sure. And the 3-1 sticks, so yeah, okay. I get it. Gets to preserve his Carriel, which could be really important next turn with 5 mana as well. So, okay. Pascoa's feeling it.
Pleasure doing business.
If this hits philosophy, he can copy, but he can't play it. He can't. Can he copy and play? Because this will draw 1 for free. He can trade it. It'll bring it down to 1. Okay, yes. Then he can copy. And then Spectral Sight allows him to copy and to play. Okay.
Double Brute, at least. And at most.
Simultaneously, the least he can do and the most he can do. Unbelievable.
Accurate, huh? Oh, Pascoa has to actually think about his turns. Having that extra 3-1 there is going to be pretty useful for getting through one of them, obviously. Going back to a couple of turns when he had that tough decision to make. In fact, one turn.
There's not really anything he can do to set up super well. He can carry a roam, kill off one of the brutes, and then bring the Hand of a Doll down to 1, and then plop it on the other minion that he hasn't traded in. But nothing prevents Frozen from just jamming Kurtrus next turn and being ahead on board, which is a problem.
So by elimination, doing nothing has to be worse than that, right?
Yep.
Doing nothing
I
in
would say
Hearthstone
so.
is not always wrong, but here, just doing nothing lets them get the value trade. So I feel like you probably just do the carry or play because you're out of other plays. He's not going to.
Yep. Well, I mean, this was if he's gonna, yeah, I like this.
Sure. I like it now. I've seen it.
Because it gives him a play for next turn to be able to take off the second brute, right? So he set up a 2-turn to be able to kill the brutes, which the play that I had mentioned did not, right? He'd have a 4-3 carry on board and then a 3-1.
No rush in hand.
Or 3-2. And no rush in hand. So now this allows him to kill off the second brute. Now he can actually go hold the bridge Cult Neophyte, which gives him some health and blocks Frozen from being able to have a huge pop-off turn next turn, which gives Pascoa time to play Lightforged Carriel, which means he's very likely not going to die to Lion's Frenzy. So yeah, this sequence of events has turned out. I don't want to say quite well for Pascoa because he's still far behind, but he put himself in the best spot.
Yeah, you or I with our plays have lost by here, whereas Pascoa still hasn't lost, which is a significant improvement.
I grow impatient.
Identifying that he would be able to clear that second brute.
Yep.
The right spells. But you say though, still a long way to go here for him.
Like
Actually win this game.
a good deal.
Everything looks up to code.
Such a weird card, Safety Inspector.
It's been a while since we've seen it, actually.
Tended to see it in Paladin, didn't we, for a while? One drop Paladin, was that a thing?
Yep. Yep.
Another awkward looking turn. Again, I'm a see it and play it kind of guy. Carriel's 7, you got 7 mana.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
It's up for some Samurai Worlds next turn.
And that is the only world that matters.
Right now it is, absolutely. Samurai World. Would you pay to go to Samurai World, TJ?
Absolutely.
Me too.
Probably even buy a 3-day pass.
3 days at Samurai World.
Yep.
I went there once. I could only, like, 3 days? You managed to fill all that time? Ah, it's a Viper.
I see.
Let me know when you go. Probably join you.
I will. Don't think there's a potential lethal here. And the biggest reason for that is because he doesn't even play Lion's Frenzy. So
Yeah, I was just
analysis from the last turn as well. I've been playing and watching a lot of Brute Demon Hunter over the past couple days.
I've been playing a lot of Beast Druid. A lot.
I was going to say, I only played Frozen's a couple times and missed the Lion's Frenzy, so went back to playing something else.
There's no Lion's Frenzy in Beast Druid either, so that's been my problem too.
Well, Parade's Fury is kind of Lion's Frenzy.
Kind of is, actually. It's a good point.
Get it?
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. Lion's Pride, Frenzy Fury. Trying to make out it's a two-part joke, but it's not. Just wanted to confuse TJ.
But we fight.
Does it hit the Samurai? Of course it doesn't. But the second prize,
It's still a big minion
yeah?
that needs to be acknowledged. All right, last 3 cards for Frozen are Brute
Uh-huh.
and 2 Soul Fragments, I think.
Yeah, I'd guessed it must be something like that because...
Oh, no, which is
his anxiety and
terrible.
He's upset. He's, like, really sad.
Wait, he could just dump the double jump. And then play the Sigil Runner. Am I missing something?
Would he have had the mana, though? Play Kazakhstan straight away?
The double jump was free. The Sigil Runner was free.
Then yes, he would.
Not many cards left. Your end comes now.
All right.
Your end comes now.
Oh, is this just a straight 50-50 here for Pascoa?
I mean, it depends, right? Like,
It's a 50-50 some of the time.
yeah, now it's not. Now it's a 1 in 3.
Oh, no. well.
Last spell played was Hold the Bridge. Right. Correct.
I'm going to go with yes. The old guess, because TJ says so. Hits the worst one, I think. And he's not dead next turn. But he knows he's getting Kazakhstan.
Yep. And he's getting Kazakhstan plus Glid. Maybe not. He could just Crimson Sigil Runner just to see. But let's see. Ooh. Yeah, Necrotic Poison. Staff. Both of those.
Embers.
Jars. Embers.
Because he's seen the thing, so Embers is good.
Yep.
Carry on.
And
they were rubbish.
Presence, I guess.
Embers will
It costs
carry.
one, draws you two.
They were
Okay,
horrible.
Necrotic Poison, cool.
Glide back because, yeah, your opponent's struggling. Don't help him.
Yep.
May the light grant you peace.
All right, he's going to try that again.
Oh, hit Blessing of Authority. Okay. It was the only holy spell left, so. We'll clear the board. However, Embers is lethal. Would have mana to play it even after playing Glide. Looming Presence can do that first. Oh, Pure Cold as well. So that means he didn't even pick Embers, right? Because it was offered at the same time as Pure Cold. Am I correct on that?
I think so, yeah, I think you're right. So he knew it was 8, so he went for the cheaper spell, which makes sense because he could glide into it.
Yeah, Embers, sometimes Pure Cold can be better than Embers in terms of raw damage because Pure Cold always says 8 to face, whereas Embers, if there's a big minion on board or big minion plus small minion, then sometimes all the Embers can hit minions. I don't remember the exact choices, but from that point, even with a big minion on board, he had like Necrotic Poison, like Canopic Jars to maybe... Oh no, Canopic Jars wouldn't have done anything. But did have the damage, could have glid as well to get through, had a multiple turns to find it. But Frozen puts himself on the board, and we got ourselves a series now. Brute Demon Hunter out of the way, and now Frozen has to move back to the Weapon Rogue, or... let me look at the ban real quick.
Priest?
Got it. Priest, yeah,
Shadow
or...
Priest, chilling.
Yeah, or Beast Druid. And it is going to be the Beast Druid.
Beast Druid, we've seen a lot, or we're going to see a lot of it, although I expect it'll get banned quite a bit in Americas because they're in the aggressive lineups, and quite often it turns out to be the best aggressive deck in this particular meta, at least. Nothing to report in terms of the list, though. This is very much a standardized list now, I feel.
Yep, of the Beast Druid archetype, obviously Taunt Druid is still quite prevalent on ladder. But hasn't seen any tournament play this season.
Yeah.
Is that
I don't think
correct?
I've seen it. I don't remember putting it in as an archetype, which means it hasn't seen play since week 1. Week 1, I was quite possibly just putting any old archetype down for any old name, but I don't think we saw it then either. So yeah, it's not been played at all in Grandmasters, to my knowledge. But the Beast Druid, we've been seeing more and more of as the season's gone on. I think it started off looking like just not good enough. And I would argue that in some situations it still isn't, but in the meta we have, it's quite often the best aggro deck for getting the job done.
Yeah.
So we're looking for more. Now, Libram Paladin is definitely like just a nightmare for the Beast Druid. It just puts so many taunts in the way. But this is a bit different. However, Blog a good start. It's going to get taken down immediately by the Druid, though. Got to get rid of these Trogs.
Yep. And Beast Druid's one of those decks where you can feel like at many points in the game you're against Beast Druid, you're ahead. You're like dealing with their board, you're like, oh yeah, I'm so far ahead, and then they just drop Oracle, free owl,
Yep.
free matriarch, and then all of a sudden they're ahead.
And you clear that board, and they drop their other free matriarch that they got from the other half of the Moonlit Guidance. They do it all again. Yeah.
Yep. So the longevity of Beast Druid is pretty tough to deal with. Now, obviously, they can run into awkward spots. The biggest thing is like composting timing, right?
Yes.
And trying to make sure that you do always have reload available. And sometimes not making the most powerful board you can because you know that you need composting.
Yeah, not being too greedy with it, but being as greedy as you can all at the same time. I know that sounds sort of weird to say, but that's because it's a weird situation, right? Sometimes just a 2 minion composting sometimes is huge, and sometimes 4 is just not enough.
Yep.
You have to be able to read the situation you're in very clearly.
Yep. All right, I like this Oracle timing from Frozen because there's very little that Pascoa would be able to do in this situation that would deal with it. It would have to be, what exactly, Hand of a Doll into Guardian Og Merchant in order to handle it?
Can't see any other way. Always scared to say exactly, but I think you're right.
Comes from within.
Yeah, which would have been possible for Pascoa.
Oh, no.
Because not even Hold the Bridge picked up would have been able to do it there.
Talking of holding things, do you hold the buff for the Samuro here? Big decision.
Probably. Actually, I don't think it's necessary. Because you're not even guaranteed to have a board, and the buff, that particular buff on Blade Master Samuro doesn't really do anything. Because it gives it Divine Shield, which means it doesn't pop the Frenzy.
True, good point.
I think that's maybe why Pascoa was shaking his head. Because if he had picked up like second Hand of a Doll in that instance, maybe he would have been able to hold on to it. Or Blade Master Samuro and like you could see kind of the worry on his face, right? Oh no, I left an Oracle up. Frozen has no follow-up to this Oracle.
No, he's literally
Just nothing.
He was playing it to hit a 1-drop because he's got the sentries to like defend it for a turn in some situations. But he also knows that Samuro is just going to demolish this. Carriel will demolish this as well. And the worst thing for him here, other than not drawing a 1 there that he really needed, is he's got no play for next turn once this is cleared if this goes wrong, which it's likely to.
Yeah. It's actually looking pretty dire for Frozen. Yeah, even like the Owls and the Matriarchs right now aren't cheap enough. What is that, 3 beasts?
Yep. Yes, 3. 1 plus 0 plus 2. What?
Oh, the
What's
0
funny
being he
now?
didn't play any beasts on turn 2?
Yeah.
Okay. You're counting by turns. I was like... what? I thought you were counting...
God.
Yeah, 1 plus... Let's throw in a 0. 1 plus 0 plus 2. Yep. Let me find
Look
a
at me, I can add
roundabout
up
way.
more than 2 numbers. I can add up 3 numbers because, yeah, how clever I am.
All right, we got our first Akani of America's Grandmasters. What did he pick? Ooh, spooky.
Picked owls? Oh, it's a ghost. I see. I thought you were saying like
Sorry, that was not a hoot. That was an ooh. Common misconception.
I just know you like your oohs and your howls.
Yep, it was spelled ooh. This is not a good situation here for Frozen.
No composting, no cheap minions, no things to arbor up, no kennels, and you're playing against somebody who's going to start making big stuff.
Yeah. And when you say big stuff, I'm going to put words in your mouth here. You mean big stuff.
Big stuff.
Yeah.
It? Yeah.
Yep.
You can put words in my mouth, TJ. You've done it for months.
True strength comes from within.
I need them because I can't think of my own words, so... Actually, that's just the biggest lie I've ever told, isn't it?
You can think of your own words plus some. You could simultaneously think of words for 4 people and still not run out of words.
Yep. All I've been working on now is the bit where they have to make sense as we look at Pascoa, just working out how to make this murdery board more murdery. This looks pretty good. No hurry to actually put pressure on Frozen. He's already seen 1 Oracle, so keeping control of the board, preventing a composting that could get Frozen back into it. He knows there's probably an Arbor up just from the way the game has gone. When you have to do this. Ugh. And now Samuro. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
What even is like the outs for Frozen? I guess they like runner, like Oracle composting. I guess owls still cost 3.
Yeah, right. This is supposed to cost.
You can't
like
even
1.
go with the Oracle now. It doesn't even do anything. Can't even copy it.
Is Pascoa going to greed the Samuro, do you think, here, just in case things go wrong? Because you can probably do it clear up in all sorts of other ways and just save Samuro for disasters, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Samuro is really necessary here. Samuro, could be saved for if there is like worst case scenario. He's just putting so much power on the board already that it doesn't really matter. Like Samuro is like less power than this, right? Like this play clears the board and puts more.
Yeah.
Roughly, it does put more power in play because just the Cariel by itself is more power than Samuro because it would be it.
And also, he's got Samuro on turn 8 now with Blessing of Authority if he wants it, if that ever becomes a thing as a safety net.
Yep.
Even if Frozen has the craziest beast druid turn. He's not going to. He's given it up. Pascoa going into the final of group number A. And Frozen is going to have to play again later on.
Group number A belongs to Pascoa for now. Pascoa will go up against Fled in the winners match, which is a nice little rematch from week 2 finals, right?
Correct. Yep.
Nice.
Final.
Yep. According to Neil Stats.
Stats. They're like stats, but they're not that good.
But they're Neils. And Frozen not out. He did lose, but he will move down to the elimination match where he'll face Monsanto. So he can just act like he was a 7th or 8th seed, and that match never happened, right?
Yep.
Not much. It feels that Frozen could have changed that last game. I think the big game to look at would have been obviously the just running out of time in the Brute Demon Hunter versus Quest Rogue game. Also, I still think he played the game well, but the Weapon Rogue, that could have been maximum odds. But there was a lot of different ways he could have played the final turn to squeeze every little 0.00 whatever percent he needed to actually get lethal on that turn. But overall, I still think Frozen is in a reasonable spot going up against Monsanto later. So excited to see that one. Does have a pretty unique lineup. And Pascoa just doing Pascoa things. bringing the good decks, running back the Masters Tour lineup, as you said, and taking that first victory.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said in the current meta. There's a lot of fiddly things going on now with various decks. Just running back the lineup you played a week ago with a week's extra practice, especially in Americas where guessing the meta's pretty difficult, especially with Fled in your group where he might just do anything. So yeah, play the decks you know and that you're good at. And that's what he did. Did it nicely, as always, found that really good setup turn to kill off the 2 brutes as the Paladin, which wasn't the game he ended up doing that well in, but it just shows that he's on the best of his form.
Yep. Well said. Well said. But that's just our first match of the day. We have 3 more to go. Coming up next, we will have, I believe, the winners match between Pascoa and Fled. So our break schedule is going to be a little bit different here. We're going to have a longer break now. And our halftime break will be shorter, which is a bonus short halftime break. Incredible. Looking forward to that one. Not the break, but what happens on either side of it, right?
Can't wait for those 3 minutes later in the day.
Oh, yeah. Coming in hot with a 3-minute halftime break. Sounds good. But for now, we are going to have to go to a break. I'm not looking forward to it, but it's necessary. So Pascoa has some time to get ready for that winners match. So don't go anywhere. More action to come here from America's Grandmasters playoffs right after this. everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. It's playoff weekend here. Just day one, though. Don't worry, you haven't missed much. It's Friday. It's Flamingo Friday. Friday, by the way. There they are. The
Carefully, these are very, very tiny, tiny little flamingos.
Yep.
As she said,
barely see them, but they're there. They are there.
Said to my fiance, I'm going to wear this because it's the closest thing I've got to flamingos. And she says, they are flamingos. I'm like, all right then. There we go.
Yep. And
really
nobody
small.
can tell you otherwise. Nobody can tell you otherwise. But yeah, we're one match in. We just saw Pascoa take the win over Frozen, the initial match. Frozen will play later versus Monsanto, but now we have the winners match coming up. Winner of this moves on to the semifinals on Sunday. One step closer to that playoffs win and a spot at the World Championship. It's going to be between Pascoa and Fled, a rematch from the Week 2 finals of the regular season of America's Grandmasters. And it was a good one. It was a very good one that Fled managed to take on his birthday, right? Am I thinking of the right one? All that stuff that happened?
You are.
It was only 3 weeks. It all feels like a single week.
Cakes and people and Fled winning and bunk beds. It was just all kicking off. It was fantastic. Imagine if he actually wins the whole thing. What sort of cakes are you going to get then? World's cake.
Well, it's not his birthday, so no cake. Sorry. But somewhere in the world, it's someone's birthday. And probably actually
wasn't. How do you know?
It's millions of people's birthday.
What if
In
there's just
fact,
one day where there weren't any birthdays?
there's not.
Okay.
In fact,
Carry on.
there were probably at some point in past years tens of thousands of people that were born this minute of this day.
Thousands. People have just been born. You said that.
I think that's true.
Right. It might be true.
No, it's not right. It's not right. It's not right.
Billion people, 300 days, minutes.
There are, on average, about 250 babies born every minute. Actually, no, that probably is right. So if you... we'll talk about Fled here in a second.
Yeah, it's Fled.
Average life
More
expectancy
interested
in the world.
How many babies are born?
is-
Minutes.
we'll
Did reach
say-
2 regular season finals out of 3 weeks. That was pretty good going while TJ is in the tank. And got the 10 wins, which means he got 10 points, which means he was the #1 seed. Really good season for Fled in his 3rd season of Grandmasters.
All right, so I've taken the global average life expectancy and the global average birth rate per minute
Okay.
and multiplied them, and it's roughly 20,000. So that would mean, by use of, I don't know, we'll call it sheer intelligence, I've managed
Sheer
to calculate that at this very minute, there are approximately 20,000 people in the world celebrating their birthday.
So, in years to come, 20,000 people will be able to say, or in, when they see this, they'll be like, I was born on the exact minute that TJ talked about how many people were born on the exact minute.
Yep.
That'll be a conversation topic.
Yeah. And on average, there are 0 people who will know that.
Yeah, because they were very young at the time, so they probably don't remember the broadcast.
And on average, I would hope that if they were born this very minute, their loved ones that they are close to are not watching Hearthstone Grandmasters.
I did see.
And are in fact celebrating the birth of a child instead, and so they wouldn't know either to be able to pass that information along to their children.
I did see a tweet
Or
of somebody
their
who was
relatives.
grinding in the hospital ward with their pregnant wife being pregnant recently. Like literally waiting for her to give birth whilst grinding hard.
But was it the minute that they gave birth? I doubt it. Because we're talking about...
Maybe they forget to turn the sound off. They hear us talking about it as it happens. And then they would never forget it. So it's possible. If you're out there and you're giving birth right now and you're listening in, let us know. That's definitely the weirdest thing I've ever said in all the weird things I've said. Trog for Pascoa in the start. Can't even get hero powered down. Fled. No ramp in hand is going to have a really tough time here. And he's blanked out the background. He sold the bunk bed. What was he doing?
Ah! Gamer RVG is sleeping.
Yeah. That's what it is. He's getting resting for tomorrow.
Yep. A shame that, well, actually, no, probably a good thing that they don't play on the same day. Flood gives the thumbs up. Understands the ramifications of this particular situation that he's found himself in. And that being, this game's going to be very hard. Very hard. He's saying, okay, and he don't have a buff or a taunt, and Pascoa is saying, I have both.
Yeah, he doesn't know about the taunt yet. Oh, he's just going to play both. Oh, how does he play around Luna, I guess? He doesn't. He just goes in. You know there's no Luna. It would have gone down last turn.
But we fight.
Trog is so annoying for Druid and for half of the decks in the meta. That's why we're seeing Trogs more.
All right, so the game plan now is, what? Load up the board with Trogs, so Pascoa can't play anything. Hope he doesn't have buffs, and then clear with scale.
Yep, that's the plan, I think. It works against Druid, but it doesn't work against Paladin because they just always have buffs.
Yeah, but even sometimes through buffs you can get there, right? Because maybe not. I don't know. That's a lot of stats.
Like when you do it to Druid, Beast Druid, you're stopping them from having their big minions. But against Paladin, they've got some big things anyway. So they're making the big things. So.
Oh no!
Oh, look at this.
He can't do guff stuff.
I mean, he can, just not yet.
This turn.
Maybe ever. All right, he's got the bloom. He can scale next turn. It's Pascoa's job to give everything an odd health total where possible. And it's not very possible.
Nope. So in that instance, right now, is there any way for him to keep one Trog alive? If he holds the bridge on the bigger Trog, take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, this keeps one Trog alive. Actually, this would keep two Trogs alive. Yeah.
Because he makes one.
Yep.
All right. And he knows that it probably won't happen again the turn after.
Yeah, but he can leave just 2 1/2 Trogs on the board. Next turn, he would have, what, 4 mana to work with? That's not a lot. It's not a lot at all.
And by working with, you mean giving Pascoa more Trogs?
Yeah. I think you're alive on board with Guff. And you could fill up the board to prevent a second Cult Neophyte from coming down. You could ramp up to where you're not going to need to bloom to get the scale out. And you could fit in like a Moon Touched amulet in the mix.
But he is dead.
Plus a Lunar Eclipse.
Yep.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to look at the bright side, right? All right, I'm alive on board. However, if he has any damage, I'm dead.
Yeah, Luna, scale. Doing pretty decent. Pascoa's doing the Pascoa. What is it? A jig? A dance? Head wobble? What's he doing?
I don't know. A plie?
A what?
A plie? You know what a plie is?
No, I don't know what anything is, TJ. That's why I have you here to help me through the casts.
This guy doesn't ballet.
I don't. I haven't pirouetted in years. There's a thought. So explain what is one of those things that you were talking about. You can't just leave it there as Pascoa queues up the Valley Priest.
No, if you don't know what it is now, then you don't deserve to know. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, thanks. So everything I don't know by now, I don't deserve to know.
No, just this specific fact.
Because like, if you're going to stop me from learning anything ever again, just it. That's the
There's
cut-off.
many things that you're allowed to learn, just not this.
Okay. I won't learn it. I shall be ballet unaware for the rest of my life.
And you have nobody to blame but yourself.
And you.
No.
You're the one who told me I couldn't.
Don't you put that on me.
I'm putting it on you, TJ. Okay, Fled has a hand this time, and he won't be facing a Trog. Two very good things for him.
Yes.
Pascoa's dealt the opening hand I always get. Involves me getting no minions until turn 7, and then posting about it in every Discord I'm in, which is a lot.
Gonna keep the fortitude on the coin. I like it. Hit Sethic. Looking good.
Oh, Fled. Oh, he got the innovate. He's okay. Remember Casey having just playing Murloc at the Masters Tour, looking so sad. Another Sethic.
Okay.
Have to wait, right?
Absolutely not.
You just coin one out, starting to hit him.
Sure. If he doesn't kill it, you just bless it.
Sure, okay. Let's do this.
It does make the powered fortitude further out.
Right. That's
you
the
won't have
problem.
the coin.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when I said it. That was
Yeah.
why I wouldn't have done it, but
But I wouldn't have minded if he had just played it in that instance. Because even though the powered fortitude is more expensive right now, if he sticks a Sethic, which he's relying on anyway, then he's going to keep replacing the spells in hand, eventually going to get there. But his plan is to be able to fortitude it now.
and play another Sethic.
He could just fortitude bless.
Oh my. Yeah, how do you stop it?
Scale. Innervate scale.
That's the reason to have a second Sethic, right? Another odd-numbered thing. Then next turn you draw 2 cards.
It still dies to scale no matter what.
11, 14, 8, 6. Yes, it does. Okay. Now, because he saved the Shadow Word and the other Sethic, he can kill all of the remaining whelps.
Oh yeah. So this has worked out quite nicely. Will continuously stick a minion. Now is Monty picked up as well.
Yep.
We're approaching pop-off territory real quick.
With Rally in hand, there's no reason to hold back.
Yep, and Pascoa already has his passport stamped and ready to go to pop-off territory.
Uh-huh. And that's the other end of town.
Oh, however,
Loser town.
we have Kazakhstan and all the support it needs. A Moonlit Guidance. Ooh.
Yeah, but has it got all the mana it needs? I guess it's got quite a bit, but without Guff, this always gets a bit messy. Puzzle box.
That's what I was leaning towards too, because Canopic Jars just is Shard of the Naru fodder, right? Unless you're trading in the same turn. He also hasn't seen the rest of his options, but I guess that's also an argument against Puzzle Box. Mutating Injection, I just don't feel has the power level. That looks like it was a Jars. Staff of Scales, okay. Crusty. Exerciser, yep.
Time is running out.
Got Crusty, Exerciser. He might need Embers, but Wand is just the winning the game card.
Yeah, because he needs a threat, or else he's
Yeah.
not getting there. Right. All right.
Less time.
Crossing the border into pop-off territory.
Yeah.
Not much mana to work
ready
with.
to go.
And Rally is just a Sethic. But Rally also is just an excuse to pop off here, right?
You just take... Okay, this is fine. And yeah, like you say, it's just an excuse. Trade in and tell your opponent they've got to draw their wand of removal or something now, or you just win.
Yep.
And connecting face doesn't alter that equation, right? Like you're probably just winning next turn if you trade, and you're probably winning if you don't. And the things that beat you are the same things, I think.
Well, Pascoa is working through that right now.
It does give him a good chance of a next turn lethal if he goes face.
Yeah.
That's like a clear of all the things, TJ.
Oh, yeah.
And it's his own 2-turn lethal now.
Not quite.
I don't know if he went face it was, but he probably is well advised not to go face.
All right, pop-off number 2. Plenty more where that came from.
Yeah,
Well,
he's got the silence.
one for the time being, actually. Not plenty, just one singular. Okay, Shrive the Naru. Good stuff. He's going to be able to clear up much of this board here. That was probably the worst split possible for that Devouring Plague, but it's all right.
It's fine. He's less fine now. Needs some more targety... What was it Derek calls them? Pointy spells.
Pointy spells. Need some pointy spells. Point that one. That points. It did not get discounted, however, but can keep going. Ooh, this
He's
is
on pointing.
Oh yeah, this is a turn right here.
Drekthar. Zero mana Drekthar doesn't fetch anything, TJ. You should know that.
Yep. And if I didn't
your
know
turn,
now,
Fletch,
I
to do
wouldn't
something
deserve
broken.
to know.
Yeah, that's right. Can't play the Embers. Can play the Pouch.
Oh, what are we looking for here? Kazakhstan.
Want to get some proper cards? Yeah.
I mean, let's just look at this damage here. I guess there's a good amount of damage that we can take off. I'm going to look for a 7. Druid of the Plains. That's
7.
good. Yep.
Yeah, picking off the
They're off the
Sethics, because without
Sethics.
those, there's no juice.
All right.
Game.
Oh, Thrive. Ooh. Bless clears off the plains. Renew.
Trouble is, with this version of the deck, though, you just run out of stuff really fast if you haven't got the Sethek.
Yeah.
You might be looking to tradable into something that, like a raised bed or a way to get Setheks back, a rally.
I do like Hysteria, actually, just because it gives him a way to deal with if Fled goes for, like, some type of minion generation. I don't know. Hysteria doesn't deal well with, like, that many treasures, though.
You can play it on the 8-3. Sorry. And he's got a great chance of either killing it with both Divine Shields or killing the opponent's minion.
Oh, okay. And gets the corrupted auspicious spirits. That's a good one.
It is.
Nicely
These embers are
done.
useless. Yeah, very nice turn.
All right, and now Fled is only alive if he goes into Nazmani and then Bonjour twice. Oh, this is not looking good.
Oh, it really isn't.
It's got to be exact. Because
Yeah,
you can't even go like triple phase for lethal.
You go left, right, right.
Yeah.
That's the direction.
You can't even
Stop
hear
the street.
power. Nope, nope, nope. And death.
Applauds the embers for their effort.
That was
Pascoa.
an incredibly fortunate outcome from the hysteria that opened that up. But at that point, he had to have taken a risk in order to win the game because he was completely out of things to do.
I think he was always favoured for them to bump into each other because he gets 2 goes at it. So he's 2 in 3 to miss on the hysteria, but he always gets at least 2 goes at it. So he's 2 in 3 twice to miss, so he's 4 in 9 to miss twice. So he is favoured to hit on the one or the other. But then the spirits was super.
Actually, not even, right? No, it was good because it had health to survive embers. It didn't end up hitting with it. I guess you're right, yeah, because it's more likely to hit the Druid of the Plains once than it is to hit his own Nazmani twice, right?
Yeah, yeah. And even if it does that, it does at least clear them up. That's why it was a good play. But yes, he gets a 1 in 3, then he gets another 1 in 3. So he's 56% or something to actually get them to bump into each other. So
yeah, the only poor
fortuitous,
outcome, the only like super poor outcome that like loses him the game nearly is if it hits both Nazmanis twice, because then it would have died and not hit the Druid of the Plains.
Yes.
But that would have been incredibly unlikely without hitting the Druids of the Plains once. So actually, yeah, that was like the strictly average outcome from that hysteria. The more we dive into it.
Deep dive.
And the Bone Trooper Brawler, I think, was pretty middling, right? There were better things that he could have gotten in that instance, but also much worse. Anything above 8 health ended up being pretty massive in that situation.
Yes.
Actually, wait, no. Because the fact that it has Taunt, too, means that he couldn't attack into one of those minions to isolate the other 2.
Uh-huh.
Yes, yeah, it did end up being pretty good. But it was
Really
lower
good roll.
attack.
Yeah, it was a perfect.
But it was
health,
enough
perfect
attack. Yeah.
So he would
Right.
have thought it wasn't a great roll, but Fled had embers, and so it was a great roll. And
Yeah.
now it's
Because
brute
you
time.
expect much worse treasures than that, right? Like in that
Yeah.
situation, you're like, oh, he's 100% going to have like a Noyo Horn or Wand of Disintegration or something along those lines, but
Yep.
wasn't able to find him. Well, he didn't have a Noyo Horn. We think he had Wand of Disintegration, but
He had the choice.
Not
of it,
sure.
for sure.
yeah.
Oh. In this. You a quest on 1 with coin, or are you a attack on 1 with coin? Oh, it's not that deck, so...
I like Spirit Jailer on 1 because he's not completing quest next turn. Next turn he can go quest plus sigil. You're just so used to asking that question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any
Automatic.
Demon Hunter.
It's like, priest, how do you deal with 4 attack minions? Well, apparently you don't deal with the priest's 4 attack minion. Yeah. It's things that casters say. This is shaping up pretty badly for Fled so far.
Yep. Does have Sigil going into next turn, however, so that's something. Not.
That's not something.
Ooh.
Oh, what a turn. Yep. Flair's getting a bit salty, but he does get to play again if he does lose this. Of course, he's got another match because he's earned the right to be in the winner's match right from the start.
Yep.
To winning the 3-week regular season convincingly as well with 10 points, which was 10 wins.
Which is a lot of wins.
At least $5,000 plus $650 for turning up.
Pascoa's hand is a bit awkward, to say the least. Trying to figure out how to do this efficiently.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? He's got plenty to do, but he needs to do it quickly and well. And until he picked up this neophyte, it looked really messy. And it's still a bit messy with that swindle and Winter Passage and everything going on. But I kind of like recursively neophyting here, like neophyte this turn, shadow step neophyte next turn with a passage maybe. He disagrees.
He's going for quest completion, it seems.
Yep.
Check. Get on board with.
Yep, absolutely. Flair does have Lion's Frenzy, and it's a card he really doesn't need right now.
Nope. I mean, all of these cards are looking pretty poor. Is really on the hunt for a glide, I feel, at this point.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't even guaranteed quest completion right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to equip the Lion's Frenzy and just hope that next turn can buy him some time. At least get something going in the ways of quest.
Boxy's good. Not so good overall, though. This turned into a real mess of a game for both players.
Boxy plus Assassin lets him dump, but SI Informant is just the de facto spend your mana play. You would still have Assassin available in the deck to deal with Brutes potentially. Is still pushing damage, is still presenting threats, but obviously isn't completing quest at the pace that he would want to. Does have Swindle plus an easy way to activate it with Spiomatic. And now Fled is on the hunt for some card draw here. Still hasn't completed even a single phase of quest.
Okay, first part done, but look, the cost he's had to pay to get it. Pretty extreme.
Yep. Crimson Citadel Runner would be nice here. Would be draw 2. Doesn't hit draw at all.
What is this? What are these cards?
Yay. So Philosophy would still allow him to draw a card, but I think you trade first. Look for Brute. Nope.
What's that?
Nope.
Nope. And somehow he's ahead on board after 5 turns of doing nothing as Brute Demon Hunter against a Rogue.
Yeah, but he's far behind in nearly every other aspect of the game.
Boxy swindle into scabs and take your chance. Tempting, doesn't it?
Oxy Scab Swindle.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Oh, that's a safer option, yeah.
The kitchen
Cool.
is into the frying pan.
Now, do you want to hero power and play a neophyte just to get rid of the 5-1 that's causing any sort of damage?
Spiomatic also does have some value because Flood's been struggling a little bit to find good stuff.
Muzzle their magic.
But yeah.
Drew a lot of cards last turn, otherwise I think I was looking at the Spymatic last turn thinking the same thing. But there's quite a few unknown cards. Like that Glide was the first card Fled got last turn. It's all the way across there.
It also would have forced him to Fizz Flash on the Razorglaive Sentinel, which not the best target for that.
Yeah. Oh, this 4-mana Chaos Leech. No card draw, what a turn. He's doing really well to be actually even in this game at all, which I'm not sure if he is technically, but he kind of is.
Yeah, it's just Quest Rogue loves this much time.
Yeah. 6 mana left after the passage. That bodes badly for Fled.
Yep.
He knows it. It's just too clean, right? He wants to smite, but this is just too nice.
Yep. Quest complete. I wonder if you dump the Foxy here. I think you do. Just get it out of your deck. A lot of power on board. It is a lethal setup even without the scabs. Though Fled is on Brutes or Bust here, and the series is on the line right now.
That's card draw.
Yeah, still has second quest to complete here, so it would get even further along the line on discounts.
Yeah.
He's giving himself some mana to... Oh. Yeah, Vlad made the same face I did when he went to attack. I was about to say, it's not even you.
Oh my. Where's my brutes? Where are the brutes? Where are they?
Is there no brutes in this deck? What the heck?
The brutes. Get it
He
sorted out for the
completed
next
both
round.
quests. There's 9 cards left in deck. One is a soul fragment.
What was this game?
He didn't see a brute. It's like not even that he saw one but didn't quite have the mana to play it, like it was in his opening hand or something. Like 7 actual cards left in his deck. Didn't see a brute a single time. That is brutal.
Very good. Oh yeah, Pascoa has just won, by the way. He's 3-0 all the way. He's into the semi-finals on Sunday, gets to put his feet up, and he has just beaten the brutes twice.
Yeah.
One time they didn't turn up, and the other time they didn't get played.
Yeah, one time they didn't turn up, and the other time they turned up, but they were still in hand. Yeah, that was a rough game for Fled, and not even like the greatest opening hand for Pascoa, right? Like his quest completion, he needed both secret passages in order to just complete quest. He wasn't like putting on that much pressure throughout the game, but obviously it was enough against this Demon Hunter deck that it's completely reliant on brutes as a way of defense because it just doesn't run removal. So that's the downside to it. And now Fled will fight the winner of Frozen versus Nalgidon in that elimination match. And like you said, Pascoa, right to the semifinals.
Yep. He was a little bit concerned about this lineup because he just couldn't predict the meta, but I think he's probably a bit happier right now because that was really easy looking.
Yeah. Seemed like it.
Two more matches to go to Worlds on his first season and his last season of GM. Regional GM.
Oh, regional GM. Okay, I was like, Pascoa's going to last call, isn't he? Based on regular season
yes.
standings? Yeah, so
check.
last season of America's Grandmasters. but he's still going to be playing later on in the year in Last Call, which does give him that extra shot, even if he misses the World Championship this time around. So pretty cool, pretty cool. Pascoa firing all cylinders, looking really strong in those 2 matches. So we'll see him again on Sunday. But that's our second match of the books, a quick one. And now it's time. Oh, I've been waiting for this, Neil. It's time for our halftime break. However, it's a short one because when we come back, we're going to have Frozen versus Nalgadan, the elimination match to see who's going to move on to face Fled and who's going to be eliminated from playoffs altogether. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3 minutes with more America's Grandmasters. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. That was our halftime break, which was incredibly quick. Very cool. And we're back. So time for the second half of our Friday here for playoffs week. And we got a good match coming up next. It's going to be Frozen versus Nalgadan. Nalgadan coming in as 7/8th seed, which means he did start the group stage with a loss coming in. So got seeded right into the elimination match. And Frozen fell to Pascoa earlier, so that's how he found himself here. And now they're going to duke it out to see who's going to move on and who's going to be out of playoffs entirely, Neil.
2 former World Championship contenders, Frozen all the way to the final. We've made the joke many times, about how the confetti came down and he was 2-0 up, and then he lost, and then he didn't win, and then he wasn't world champion. But because he's from our region, he's a champion in our hearts to us. Nalgadan also went to the championships and finished in the top 8, so both of them with championship pedigree.
That's right. Top 8 out of out of 8.
Yep, it sounds harsh when you say it like that, though, because to get there in the first place, you're one of the best 8 players in the world that year, based on the rules for getting there, at least. So I still prefer to say top 8.
Well, when you say it like that,
rather than got there and came last, because first of all, you came equal 5th, not just in the top 8, and secondly, you had to get there, and everybody else in the world, apart from 7 people, didn't do that.
true.
So I think that's I like to call it a top 8 for that reason, even though I understand the merriment that it causes you when you say, well, but there was only 8 players. So it's highlighting the fact that he was top 8 in the world that year, not top 8 in the 8-player championships.
Well, Neil, there are many things in the world that cause me merriment. So that is just one of few. Especially things that you say. Most of the things you say cause me merriment.
For a variety of reasons, I'm sure.
Yep.
All right. So
I think we have a
demon
Beast Druid mirror coming up.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken, Shaman was banned away from Nalgidon, which makes a whole lot of sense. And Demon Hunter was banned away from Frozen.
Okay. Now I'm probably not
is-
watching the first match because we're on delay. Sure.
Yeah. But I also don't think that that's the norm, right?
Oh,
So gonna go ahead and get rid of it. It also just means that his Charge Warrior, which seems a little bit out of place in this lineup, has a bit of an easier time getting over the hump here for the matchup, because Demon Hunter is a pretty poor matchup. As long as it includes the card Glide, Charge Warrior feels like it has no chance.
Think about the Charge Warrior in this lineup, because it feels a little bit out of place to me. It's kind of a weird choice to me.
It does feel a little bit out of place. I'm trying to think of like what this lineup is trying to counter, and his Burn Shaman is teched, interestingly, right? I think
Yep.
that's what I figured on. Yeah, Cult Neophytes and Blade Master Akani.
It's part of the reason I highlighted how well he'd been doing with the Shaman, but it's been banned, so we won't get to see that.
Yeah. But yeah,
is-
Beast Druid Mirror. Yep. So looking at the decks side by side, they are exactly the same. Card for card, the same, which makes a lot of sense. This list, the last change it made was like adding Pride's Fury,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's the core of the deck has been the same for quite some time. We saw a shift from Taunt Druid to Beast Druid quite a while ago, and then from there it's just been honing in on what's the most efficient Beast Druid is. And this has been the list that has seen the most success. It hasn't been much so in tournament play. We actually haven't seen many players bring it, but I just think that's mostly because Kazakhstan Druid is absurd. So it's been like a great deck that if you could include 2 Druid decks, you would include both Kazakhstan Druid and Beast Druid. But the metting hasn't been... it just hasn't fit well with the metagame as opposed to Kazakhstan Druid in the past month or so.
I think on top of that, we've seen even less of it being played, because when you do bring it, you tend to bring it with 4 aggro decks, and it's the one that gets banned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So when you bring it with 4 aggro decks in that sort of aggro lineup that this nearly is but isn't quite from Nalgidon, quite often it's the deck that gets banned because it's just the best one at what it does against the regular Druid and so on. It's got the quickest starts, it's got the most sustain. So it tends to be the one that targets the Druid the best. It tends to be the one that gets banned the most.
These decks from Nalgidon are like the anti-aggro.
Yes, they are. You leave out the Hunter because that's the one that loses. The Shaman beats the aggro very well because it's got Landslide and Freeze. You're right, that's what it is. And then the Warrior just beats them. Yeah, that's what he's doing. That is what it is.
Yeah, obviously you can go full anti-aggro, but then you sacrifice everything against any player that brings any sort of combo. So this kind of lineup allows Nalgidon to corner some of the aggressive lineups while also still having game against like druids or other slow spell-based decks, because he has teched his lineup differently, like I said, including the Cult Neophytes in Burn Shaman, which isn't always there. So it just allows you like that extra, all right, I can bloom out my Wild Paw Caverns, and then once I get a couple of them, play Cult Neophyte to protect them, and then bada bing, bada boom.
Now this mirror is actually going to get started. Trogs are the card you're looking for, and if you don't get your Trog, you kind of urgently need your Druid of the Reef. If both players get the same number of Trogs, then who gets the first one tends to be in a good spot. But if they do get eliminated, the game can get really interesting as to you get some pretty big swings with the oracles and so on. I'm curious to see how this goes out, but they've both got a Trog. Frozen choosing to keep a squirrel with his.
And Nalgidon keeps the squirrel with his. Best buddies. Squirrels and Trogs.
That right?
Yep.
Sounds like some sort of cartoon lore.
I'm pretty sure there's at least like 5 cartoons that are based off that exact premise.
So now Frozen's picked up the Druid of the Reef, which changes things pretty substantially.
He can just go 1 for 1 here, just Druid of the Reef and then coin the Trog, and then boom!
Who's got the Trog now? Squirrels and Trogs. Coming to you, Children's Channel soon.
Wow. Because he knows if he plays Squirrel, it just gets hero powered.
But also, if he hero powers the Trog, he usually, well, he doesn't usually, but if he gets sentryed, he loses the game.
Yeah.
Basically, because he'll be 3 minions down to none.
This is quite the pickle.
I think he may have
Now
to
get
play
on
the
some
Squirrel
counters.
just to force the hero power from Frozen.
Yeah,
or he can
or-
just take the gamble.
Yeah, force the hero power and also like get some acorns in the deck, you know?
Yep. Yeah, that's what he's
A lot of value. Acorns are the currency of the future.
Yep, from little acorns. Mighty oak trees, something. You grow, I guess.
Yep. Or
Not sure how summoning squirrels fits into that, but hey.
Or as I've learned recently, spending additional time at playgrounds. Acorns are perfect throwing weapons for small children.
Are they big enough to hurt other small children whilst being small enough to be launched by small children? How that goes.
You ever been hit with a paintball from medium range?
No, but I know it hurts.
I mean, yeah. It hurts, but not like...
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what
That's the equivalent?
An acorn thrown at the velocity that a small child could muster feels like.
I see. Okay. Done. Right, Frozen taking the advantage that he got because of the maneuvering, because of the Trog. This is what happens. It's not the Trog that does the damage. It's the fact your opponent can't play any of their cards that's done the damage here. And now Frozen will get to play composting next turn, which is kind of the beginning of the end, honestly.
Yeah. And his owl is still full cost because he can't play spells because the Trog.
But you can't just do nothing because then You lose the Hearthstone game? And you know that next turn, a lot of the time you get prize furied, which means if you don't do something now, you've lost anyway. He needs to get creative, TJ.
Can he do anything creative here? Nope.
No. Just nope.
I guess in a sense this is creative, right?
I guess, yeah.
Normal Hearthstone knowledge would tell you to play cards and spend mana, and this is the opposite of that.
Oh, this draw! Just doesn't look much, does it? But with the composting as well. Yeah, now Gadan's like, I just don't care anymore
Oh,
to do things.
Scale of Onyxia. However, if he doesn't play another spell this turn, it is playable next turn.
Yeah. I mean, he's scared of Arbor Up. He's scared of Pride's Fury as well. But what else can he do? Like, just hope they're not there.
Yep.
They both would just hurt this scale so much. But killing one of these things off and giving your opponent... Well, he can't even kill one, but even setting up to kill one of them off immediately feels pretty bad, so... I mean, Frozen's just going to get a new hand, but it's all that he can do.
Oh, Pride's Fury off the top. And, yep, this Scale of Onyxia will barely even tickle this board.
In fact, it will probably give Frozen the buffs he needs to finish the game and put us out of our misery on this horrible game of Hearthstone for Nalgidan. Had absolutely no way back into it from turn 2. Although, if he had taken the chance and hero powered the Trog twice, and I'm not saying he should have done that, he would have actually been able to get rid of it and get into the game, maybe. Because the sentries weren't there.
Gotcha.
Okay. As many trucks as you like now. We've filled the board up. We've found the solution.
What, and you end with, like, what, Power of... or... Yeah, would have to be Power of the Wild?
The one thing here at the moment is that Frozen can't kill off any of his own minions to get the composting buffs.
Yeah. Well,
That's
now
kind
he
of...
can.
Oh, now he can. Yeah.
But at the same time, like, Nalgidan had to play stats, you know?
Yes. Oh, this is... And Frozen's 2 minions are both going to come to 0 if he wants them to as well. Yeah, just draw a million cards. Please end this game of Hearthstone. That's not rooting for either player. That's just me wanting this game of Hearthstone to end.
Yeah. I mean, Nalgidan's going to stay into the bitter end. It's playoffs, right?
He's got to.
If it's not a 100% lost scenario, you play it out.
Uh-huh. Unless you're in APAC. And then you just think about playing it out. You just make it up as you go. Hey, we get in trouble for not supporting our region, and, you know, we're going to dump on other regions now. That's it.
Yep.
We're listening. We're listening to what people have to say. Now, instead of not dumping on anybody, we're just going to dump on everybody else, apart from our amazing region here in the Americas. Was that an acorn I just heard? Frozen gets there. The game is nearly over.
A natural mistake.
Yeah. Can't take off nearly enough power.
Could he do it if he had 14 mana? He could have scaled and buffed them with the Power of the Wild, had a rush.
So what you're saying is Beast Druid should include Guff.
Why did I give you this opening? Why? I should know better.
What is Beast Druid missing? Guff stuff. I agree.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, obviously Nalgadon did have the turn 1 Trog, but Frozen had the answer to it with a Trog of his own and the Druid of the Reef. So obviously Beast Druid mirrors can be incredibly volatile. Beast Druid as a deck itself can be incredibly volatile. So Frozen going to move over to the Weapon Rogue, and if Nalgadon cues the Beast Druid again, that's a tough matchup for Weapon Rogue because Thorngrowth Sentries, all right, I lose.
They are so irritating, and then by the time you've got through those, there's more taunts coming down. So it is absolutely a mess. But they don't have to have it, and you can get through the sentries as long as there is no, Matriarch early on. Or in the middle game. But yeah, the Druid kills you pretty quick as well. And if you bounce it all back to their hand, they just put it all back down again because it will cost 1 and 2.
Yep.
We've got Trogs. What else can you say, TJ? In my summary, that wasn't really a summary, but a description of every possibility that was actually available.
It's like the only thing they're missing is like a Cold Neophyte. Like that's the only thing that could make it worse. Would be Cold Neophyte. But it's pretty bad as it is. We'll see if that's even the matchup, right? Nalgadon does not have to queue the same deck again, can move on to something else, but I feel like if you're going to queue Beast Druid first with how powerful Beast Druid is, I feel like you just keep queuing it till it finds a win and then move on to your other deck. So if I had to guess, I would say it is going to be a Beast Druid versus Weapon Rogue here.
What if it's not? What if it's the Charge Warrior?
All right, it's not
the
Charge
Druid.
Warrior.
It is the Druid. You can tell that because of the massive Malfurion hanging around over Nalgadon's shoulder. Shank. Sentries.
Studies.
Yeah. Kennels.
Frozen.
Pun.
All I got.
Me
Those are the
too.
only things I see.
I don't see pun, but I've still got it like emblazoned into the back of my eyes from when they did play. And my memory. I'm sure that's
The way
not
we
usage of the word emblazoned, but who cares?
in a way we all always see pun.
And we will be seeing pun tomorrow.
Yep.
Actually seeing pun.
Yep.
Fought his way into the playoffs.
Ooh. I could see a reasonable situation for everything for both except for Lunar Eclipse. Everything but Lunar Eclipse. There's only 2 left. How often do you refer to 2 as everything?
Why is guidance better under the moon? Like the first guidance is like done in the dark, and if it's moonlit guidance, it's just a more effective card.
Nature, guide me. No. Guide me under the moon.
Yep. It works.
Well, because if you just play guidance, you're given 2 options, and you don't know. They're just 2 things that are laying around. Where if it's moonlit, you can actually find your deck.
All right, so they're like boxes, and you can only feel the box in the dark under guidance.
Well, you can't feel if it's your box or not.
Yeah, and you have to pay more to take both boxes because you know one of them's your box. But if it's moonlit, you can just see. It's my box.
Yeah.
Wow. Makes sense. I like it. Well done, design team.
Choose soon.
Wow. Oracle should be so good next to.
Woo! This is all good.
What if you hold on to the sentries
Reflect
Yeah.
in the moonwell.
For when the weapon gets real big.
Yeah, there actually isn't really follow-up to the Oracle as well. So Frozen could be like wasting resources to try and kill this Oracle, and now Nalgedon may not even have a play to follow up the Oracle with, in which case then he drops the sentries and Frozen's even further behind.
Yep.
Okay. Prep cutting class, it looks like here. I guess there's an argument for prep passage, but I feel like cutting class just makes more sense in the situation.
Yep, just get through that deck. Oh, double cloak is active.
Oh,
Yeah. Just Sinister Strike and move on with your life. Oh, you take so much damage, though. He was hoping for a way to deal with something here, surely. Like, as it happens, we can see he doesn't take that much, but he's got to expect this Oracle to be a disaster.
yeah.
And it still might be, because there is the infestation. You play the sentries now, you play the composting as well to try and get some buffs for your minions. That's the one thing Nalgedon is really lacking, is a matriarch and some buffs. That's two things.
Yeah, maybe Nalgedon wants more immediate power on the board, though.
Yeah, it's not getting there quickly, is he?
Yeah, but I think this is still like he still has one more like Frostwolf Kennels activation, and so his board's going to be about as big as it could have been that turn, unless guidance were to find him something. But I think this play is just the best.
Best. He's also hoping maybe Frozen chews through these taunts, which would give him another card, which would give him a chance of just winning the game with something like Arbor Up. When I say something like Arbor Up, I mean precisely Arbor Up. Yep, Frozen doesn't fall for that. The Arbor Up's drawn anyway, and that's the game. Exactly 22 points of Earth damage.
22 points of Earth. All right,
Missed one all.
well, two very quick Beast Druid wins for both players. At that point, it doesn't really matter what the matchup is. It's just, okay, Beast Druid wins. Cool. And then you move on to your next deck. Remaining for Frozen does have the...
Frozen, he has the Rogue we just saw, has the
Sorry,
Demon
is it-
Hunter, and he has the
Priest. I'm talking about the Priest. Okay, Shadow Priest. Yeah, because I looked over and my screen says Frozen has the deck data not available Priest.
Well, I've opened it in 2 pages, so I've got it available from the Pascoa match, but I had to look, and I started saying, Frozen hasn't got buff Paladin. What? Yeah.
Yeah, I have it open on 2 as well. The was actually me trying to find the tab because for some reason I have 20 tabs open. Why?
20! That's one
not
for
20,
each
it's one.
card in a Hearthstone
4,
deck.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 tabs, not 20.
Oh, well.
Closer to 10 than 20.
Yeah, just a 10, which is closer to 0 than 20. Round it down.
Yep.
You haven't got any tabs open at all? All right, why is there 14 tabs? There? There's 4 players. There's various caster bits and pieces.
One of my tabs is how many babies are born every minute. One of my tabs is a calculator of 80 times 250.
One of them is probably just like a page of idioms and stuff as we look at the Shadow Priest from Frozen.
2 stats tabs, deck tracker, H's replay, picks bands. Yeah.
Well, you too can cast Hearthstone if you just have 14 tabs. How many have I got open? 5, 6. Oh, like 9, 10. Yeah, okay, I've got quite a few things open as well.
If you round that up, it's 14.
Which is the same as you.
All right, here we go. Charge Warrior. This is where the anti-aggro comes in. This is about as aggressive as you can build a control warrior.
Gonna need to be. There's trogs everywhere, TJ. They are.
Yeah, but do trogs really matter?
I mean,
you just spawn a bunch of them and then you rancor them away.
Wait, you rancor, you gain 14. Yeah. But it's still 2 trogs. Yeah, he's choosing to keep 1. So they can, now they matter. Now they matter.
Core. All right, what was the other opening hand? It was a cutting class. Ooh, double. Ooh. I mean, this hand's not terrible. You get a Corsair Cash or an Outrider's Axe. You're looking all right. Frozen just going in, however.
He's got Minefield beat already because of the freshman. Then he's got freshman and attendant. And then when he's run out of stuff, he's got a peasant. Oof. And it still might not be enough, but that's what he's going to try and do.
I think you still Minefield because it very likely kills the Trog.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, it softens him up enough to get Rancor. Okay. I mean, it looks close, but at the end of the day, the freshman was always going to have 1 health. This is an aggressive hand.
It hit the freshman quite early is why I was oofing, but this is a really good hand. Yeah, I knew it would end. I can do 6 minus 5. Who do you think I am? Honestly. The faith you don't have in me is probably well placed.
Neil Bond. That's who I think you are.
It's justified health? Justified misplaced believingness. And attendants are going to be pretty helpful here.
Yeah, I do like this hand from Nugget. It's a lot of pressure, but this is one of those hands that can kind of stand up to the pressure. He's got plenty of card draw. He's got Rancor to be able to deal with some kind of board state. And Cutting Class to just dig even further through his deck.
It should be okay. But he is going to have to withstand one of the better possible hands here from Frozen. I mean, are you ever going to get more than 2 minions sticking? Like, don't you just have to do the thing now?
Yep. I just like going for both. Yep.
Are we weaving? No, we're not weaving. We're all in and hoping. Like it. So this Rancor you've been bigging up, TJ?
Yeah, it ain't good. Bladestorm would be quite good.
Facing lethal, by the way.
Is it lethal if he attacks into the Void Touch Attendant and just armors up? He would take 2, go up to 20. It'd be 5, 6, 7 plus 4.
11.
3. No, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, a lot, though.
Right? Yeah. Well, with the Void Shard in hand, it'd be...
Yeah.
What,
it'd be 13 or 15. We've got a difference of 1 somewhere.
Okay, Frozen Buckler. I mean... It's in this situation, it's gain 10 armor when your opponent has a full board. If he hits Shield Shatter...
Now he's got a decision to make with the Bulwark.
I just like the Frozen Buckler because it blocks almost all the damage on board. He can even Shield Slam.
Yep, this is good.
Yeah, the Void Touch Attendant actually represents more damage.
But he can kill it with his face next turn.
True.
But he's dead. Two Angry Mancrix in the deck now. Have a look before he decides what to do, obviously.
Well, there's an argument to go Corsair Cash first, so you're more likely to draw something good, but then you don't have the option to play the Bulwark.
And next turn, he's got Barov now into Rancor.
Yep.
Now he might well Bulwark just to make sure he gets there.
Ooh, heavy plate shield shatter, 1 mana off. But yeah, I like the Bulwark here. I think that makes a lot of sense. And then has, yeah, like you said, Barov, Rancor into like heavy plate. Corsair Cash actually still draws him a card because he still has 1 Outrider's Axe left in the deck. I think, yes. Sometimes there's some weird cuts in Charge Warrior to make room for other things, but I don't think Outrider's Axe is one of them. It's too crucial to the deck.
Yeah, you need that card. He's down to 13 cards. Your combo's too convoluted as well. You've got to get through the deck, right?
Yeah.
Puffing and panting. He's down to 12. It feels like he's getting there, but is he? Getting there?
Nope. It doesn't appear that way. I kind of just want to spend the mana on the Void Shard now, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? Because we can see the hand. Yeah, we know about the Rancor. 5, 6, 7.
Could go heavy plate shield shatter and save Brav Rancor, but this is the most minions it's ever gonna be, I'm sure.
Yeah, if it's not, you're in trouble anyway. So get that 8, and then you can just chill. This makes sense.
Yep.
Only power.
Heavy plus 8. Because it gains you 8.
Oh.
I don't know what the plus means. Plus 8. That's it. Heavy plus 8.
Well deduced.
Uh-huh. Thank you. Pretty sure that's right.
Okay. Well. I mean,
Okay.
things being placed onto the board. Still 1 more Angry Maker. Can he run a run?
And another!
Woo!
Okay.
However, Angry Mankrik is not a pirate.
We'd have known if it was, for sure. We know all the pirates.
Oh, double shield shatter.
Ouch.
Could actually go Outrider's Axe into the 2/3, and then heavy plate armor up, double shield shatter. That's an option. That was the first option that sprung out to me.
Yeah, it's pretty springy, isn't it?
Yep.
Not messing with no axe, he's just getting rid of everything. Oh, he's doing it this way. I see. Okay.
So he wants 2 draws, is what he wants to do. Okay. I mean, he's at 22, right?
Has he got lethal next turn? Am I missing? I always miss a piece when I add this. He needs another to the front. That's what he needs.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't do it with 1 to the front.
I always miss it. Always miss one piece of the puzzle. I just have to find which piece I'm missing today.
Shield shatter again.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he's going to get
12, 12.
Okay, and this sets
Now
up
he's got lethal set up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anti-aggro, TJ.
It's kind of aggro. Like I said, it's as aggressive as you can build a control warrior. As weird as that sounds. Because I'm aware it does sound weird. And there it is. Concede from Frozen. 2-1 up for Nalgidon. Charge Warrior looked a little scary for a moment, but that was all it was. Just a moment of scariness. And the Charge Warrior, you look at the lineup and you're like, how does Charge Warrior fit in with this? But then it starts to kind of make sense as you see it in action, and you have these two kind of anti-aggro decks that can also kill with a combo with Burn Shaman and Charge Warrior. And one of them, you can only ban away one. And in this case, Frozen went with Burn Shaman, but Charge Warrior was going to be pretty tough for all of his decks. Obviously, because of all of the combo pieces, you can get into situations where you're just drawing your combo pieces and none of your removal. But it packs a ton of removal, so that doesn't happen quite that often. It's just the failsafe of the deck. And now Nalgadon gets to move over to his own Shadow Priest, so we might get to see a little Shadow Priest mirror action going on here, which is actually quite intense because it's not as often a complete blowout in one player's favor like we see in Druid. Like Druid
right.
Beast Druid mirrors, because the hero power deals 2 damage. So if anything, you just take a turn off and hero power the Trog instead of having to just hero power it over 2 turns and hope, like the Beast Druid mirror. But once a player does establish a board lead, then it can end quickly. But I feel like the majority of the time you get these kind of back and forth board battles. Neither player really going face, because face damage doesn't matter. Only board presence matters, because that leads to face damage later on in the game. So it's all about being as efficient as possible on the board, which I find fascinating a lot of the time.
No, I agree with a lot of that. I think it's one of the more enjoyable mirrors. I think going first is still a big deal, like it is in most aggro mirrors. But let's see who gets that. That's going to be Frozen.
It's not a mirror, however.
It's not a mirror, even. Okay. So all those things you just said, we might not get to see. But the important thing is, Nalgadon has a pirate in his opening hand.
Yep.
Awkward looking hand, actually, for Nalgadon. Like, all of the individual cards you kind of want to keep, but they don't fit very well together. Yeah,
all right.
So try again.
And throw them all away. Ah! Oh, no!
What?
What is this?
What are we seeing tonight? We're seeing so many horrendous hands tonight.
Well, I mean, these ones fit pretty well together. They're all terrible.
Yeah, they fit in the trash.
Yeah.
Just...
Straight in the bin.
If only there was a method in the game where you could throw away your opening hand if it was really bad, so this didn't happen.
I wonder.
We could call it a mulligan.
I like this idea. We should run with it.
Yeah. Somebody get onto the designers. Look, people get bad opening hands. Let them throw away some of the cards so they don't complain when they get a bad opening hand. A great idea.
Frozen just spending his mana, just getting the Groat out of the way. It's still a tough matchup, even with a poor opening hand for Shadow Priest. Like, if you just find minions, it's a tough matchup for the Weapon Rogue. Like, all right, cool. Nalgadon has 6 damage on board now, and Frozen does not have a Shank and doesn't have a single way to kill any of this. Well, the Void Touch Attendant does have a way to kill the Leper.
That's relevant damage removed from his hand for later.
Yep. Oh, okay. That's not terrible.
It'll do. And for where he was, that'll do is probably an acceptable level of stuff. It's still pretty grim, to be fair. We've looked at Nalgadon's hand a lot because, you know, that's what we do as professional casters. We look at the bottom hand and ignore the top of the screen. But Frozen's hand has also been pretty garbage so far.
Another happy guildie.
I would say even more garbage. Was able
Yeah.
to pick up the extortion to kill the Void Touch attendant, but that plays right into Nalgidon's hand because he got a raised dead in his opening hand with almost no playable minions. Has been playing off the top for like multiple turns now. Yep, and there's the double raised dead, which means double Void Touch attendant, which means Defias Leper now deals 4. This Deceptor now deals 4, and all of a sudden this an incredibly purple hand from Nalgidon has turned into a lethal setup.
It has, but if Frozen gets a cloak, he could be in a really good spot because those Void Touch attendants are working for both sides. Frozen wouldn't need much for his own lethal at all here. There's a cloak.
Okay, there's Cloak. Can he hit a prep to get into the Sinister
He
Strike?
has.
Woo! He could even trade the Cutlass.
Uh-huh.
Oh no, he's gonna play it because it's 4 damage. That's actually 8 what? That's 8 damage for 1 mana.
I was saying, leaving it the double Void Touch is really scary against Rogue.
I was like, oh, he can even trade it. And then I was like, wait, double
Yeah.
damage
I think
with the
Class and
cloak?
Garrod in hand. He's got Bleed in the deck, TJ.
That's just game.
Well, Nalgidon could Void Shard one of his own Void Touch.
That's so weird.
And then he can play a freshman to have a freshman.
Ugh. Oh, jeez. Like, he's still got lethal set up if he void shards his own attendant. Yep.
Yeah. I feel like this might have been a rare, rare slip-up from Nalgidon, because the second he did it, I'm like, this is scary. I hope he knows what he's doing.
So Frozen had 5 mana. So if he cloaks, you don't expect him to cloak and also be able to push 9 points of damage, because that's what Frozen did.
Right, that's fair. That is fair. But you do expect him to be able to push 5 with a Sinister Strike and a Cloak.
And I don't know if there was even much more that Nalgidon could have done, because Frozen was actually still quite healthy after last turn. Like, that was a lot of damage that Nalgidon pushed just last turn alone. So that Garrod is still 3. So we're still looking at, what, 3 bleeds plus the weapon swing to be lethal, and there's only 4 in the deck. And now he's dead.
Yep, Nalgidon was right all along. Never, ever, ever doubt Nalgidon. I've done it too many times. I should have known better. Gets it right and is going to go into the match that gets him into the semis. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, he was 1 mana off lethal.
Oh. Wow.
Still close. That's 6. Yep, that's lethal. 6 on board, 4 from the Void Shard, 2 from the Hero Power. That's not lethal. Because that equals 12.
Now he's got the Void Touched.
Frozen's got 14. Void Touched is 7, 8, 9. Then Defias Leper would be another 3. That's 12. That is lethal. It's lethal, just not in the way that I said it was. It's lethal in a much different way.
You said it, and then the Void Touch just picked up, and I thought maybe you were a second ahead of me or something, or had just seen it happen. But yeah, he got there in the end in a match where both players had lethal 7 times each. Nalgidon, never doubt Nalgidon. What was I saying after that? Never doubt Nalgidon. He's proved me wrong too many times, and now he's going to actually go into the match, the elimination match that will get him into the semi-finals. Should he win it against Fled?
That's right.
Save it?
That's right.
Saved it.
You saved it. Well done. Well done. And, you know, tough one for Frozen. That matchup in particular, it just felt like Weapon Rogue was going to struggle no matter which way, unless he like specifically ran into Charge Warrior, which isn't even like that great. Everything else, the Weapon Rogue was going to struggle with. And then you're just looking at mirror matchups outside of that, right? Because that's the odd deck out. You're looking at a Druid mirror and a Priest mirror on the back of it. So tough series overall, and a tough first series as well. Specifically with the Brute turn, if Frozen's able to pull off the win in that game, then that series probably looks a whole lot different, and our whole day looks a lot different. So the cascading effects, the butterfly effect, or whatever you call it. But there you go. Last match is set up. It is going to be Fled versus Nalgidon for the second spot in the semifinals. Keep in mind, we still have tomorrow and Group B to play out before we determine who our full semifinal is. We are set up, however, to have the exact same top 4 regular season finishers be the top 4. If Fled were to beat Nalgidon, that would be quite funny, quite fitting to show their consistency throughout the season. But we do only have one match left, and we're going to have to go to a break. Nalgidon's playing back-to-back, so we're going to give him a sec to reset and get ready for his match against Fled. So Friday's almost complete here, but we still have that one match left. So don't go anywhere. America's Grandmasters continues right after this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to America's Grandmasters. It's Friday on playoff week, and we've approached our last match of the day. It is the decider match of Group A between Fled and Nalgidon, who will join Pascoa in the semi-finals after he 2-0'd the group. Will it be Fled, who, on his birthday in week 2, won the week? Will it be Nalgidon, who, not on his birthday, but within 6 months of it, on either side, went to the World Championship last year?
Also, on Fled's birthday, Nalgidon beat Fled. Well, he didn't beat him on his birthday, but he beat him that week.
Wow. Everything's
That's
connected.
One person that, apart from your internet. That was that was the one match that Fled lost that week.
Yeah. It's not my internet. We've been over this.
It's your electricity, we know.
It's my It's my power outlets. And I know that may sound weird to literally everybody, but it's the truth. I promise you.
I believe it, because
truth.
I nearly had that exact same setup a few years ago myself.
See? Neil believes me.
I had actually heard of that setup. I looked into that setup, and I nearly got that setup.
And
I thought, but then I
Neil
get so excited when I cast. I just don't want to get blurry.
Yeah, and if Neil believes me, then you should too, because Neil is probably the least gullible person I've ever met. He questions everything. If you say something to him, he'll never believe you the first time.
I'm not sure that's right. I'll have a think about it.
Okay.
Old one's the best.
Mazaki Mage
That applies
first.
to casters
for Flood.
too.
Go ahead, Neil. Make your point.
I made my point. I said the old ones are the best, and that applies to casters.
Well, I made my point as well. Flood is playing Mazaki Mage.
And again, now Gadan is playing Shadow Priest. We haven't seen the Mazaki Mage much in recent weeks, mainly because it's been doing pretty badly this season. It won 50 and lost 70, so 42% of the matches it played this season going into this week. So most people have dropped it, but Fled, who barely brings the same deck twice because he plays the same lineups as Super Fake. They've played a lot of different decks this year, and Fled's no exception to that. Playing what? He's played 12 different archetypes out of a possible 15.
Okay. That's quite the diverse set of lineups. And Mazaki Mage, I feel like oh wow, even my head is slow. Wow. Wow, that's really hurting right now. But Mazaki Mage feels like it could struggle. Maybe not against the Warrior specifically, Like in this first matchup, it could be tough because I believe we saw a Shadow Priest loaded and ready for Nalgidon. I don't doubt that Mazaki Mage, if Fled really wants to, will get out of this series against either the Burn Shaman or the Warrior. But it could just give Nalgidon a nice quick one on Shadow Priest, which also, to be fair, would win against most of Fled's lineup anyway. Maybe the Demon Hunter is kind of the question mark there. If you can get early brutes down, a lot of times Shadow Priest doesn't have the power to just get through it. So we do have an interesting series because of the unique lineups on both sides. And the fact that it seems like Nalgidon should be an overall favorite, but he's got some really bad matchups on his side. Or not really bad, but poor matchups on his side. So if Fled can get the right cues and get the decks that he needs to win across at the right time, then Fled definitely capable of taking the series.
Yep, I agree. Although, again, with that start off where the Shadow Priest looks like it's got a very good chance of just getting out of here, maybe a bit different, but we shall see, because there's quite a lot going on in this. So it's not the old analyze it, oh, he's going to beat the Druid or anything like that. This is going to be a back and forth, a tussle, as I believe the word is.
Oh, yes. I can appreciate a good tussle.
This one, however, just in case there was any doubt about how this might start off, is going to be difficult for Fled. Look at this opening hand from Nalgidon. Now, you know what happened last time you threw away a good hand, Nalgidon? It wasn't a good hand. A hand with playable cards in it. Yeah, just...
Still won.
He did still win, because he's Nalgidon.
And because it was Shadow Priest's almost singular best matchup also.
Uh-huh. With Song getting the early minion down. He's got so many options on turn one. Oh my goodness. He wants to play the Neophyte on 2. No, he wants to play it on 3, right, going into the Fire Sale turn.
But then if he coins out a 1, his turn 2 would be weak unless he picks up another 1-drop or a 2-drop to fill its place. I feel
He
like
also has
his
the
hand...
Raised Dead.
Ah, true. Yes.
Tough one, right?
Just put minions in the way. That's all you got to do. And then fire sale the board.
Yep. And then...
Just be hero power this turn then?
Yeah. Then Peasant and Neophyte next turn.
Yep. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
This Void Touch attendant's going to die. He could also like raise dead, Cold Neophyte, Void Touch, something along those lines. Get a Trog back. Or play a Trog even. There's so many options every turn. But this blocks the... if he does play Cold Neophyte, it would also block the flow.
The iron divine is mine.
Sure, yeah, okay. Next turn he gets to play loads of things and hope there's no fire sale, or he gets to play a few things and just chill and let the fire sale not do much.
I've heard of it.
Annoying for him though.
Ooh!
Oh!
That's about the best thing you could hope for to deal with a multicaster.
It sure is.
I wonder.
Now see how it plays into this fire sale. I feel like if you're scared of fire sale anyway, then just using your hero power again here isn't a disaster.
Yeah. Or do you feel like it's just better if you just ignore it? Or just push face and not deal with the multicaster? Yeah, that works as well.
Yeah, the only thing with this way is that if there is no fire sale, then they've got a nice sort of ping trade into the Trog, and that frees up 3 mana to take down your other minions with, which could be a bit irritating.
I suppose you're correct.
There is actually the trade, ping, ignite, brain freeze line, and preserve the fire sale that way if he wants to go that way. Oh, even better, yeah, siphon. With this hand, siphon seems pretty good.
Yeah, it does hit some high priority siphon targets like refreshing spring water. Looks like it's still going to be fire sale actually with this.
Yep, looks like it. Keeping the rest for the Mizaki pop-off.
And also
in case
this opens up the best case scenario for multicaster to be played on the board, because you can play multicaster and know that the board won't be out of control just yet. It allows them to multicaster plus clean some things up.
Yep, can also deal with a Benedictus or something like that if it came down this way, whereas the other way, the fire sale wouldn't be able to do that so easily. So, okay, I'm on board.
What is it?
Well, so are these minions.
All 4 of them. Just looking for a little bit of breathing room with that multicaster in hand. If he can try and get that down as soon as possible, maybe even use his health as a resource for a bit of damage, but not too much, obviously, because that would be very painful. Nope, just going to tidy up everything he can.
Yep, just take as little damage as possible while he waits. This is a whole lot of damage going on for Nalgidon over the next 3 turns. A whole lot of damage. It's just, how does he space it out?
Yeah, does he want to weave in hero powers as well? Because he can still do a lot of damage and weave them into some degree. Because the Mr. Smite is great and all that, but it means you're missing out on a hero power, so it's not quite that great. And you're missing out on the Void Touch and the Leper, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the best way to do it, yeah, just because, yeah, like you said, by using the Void Shard, if he tries to weave it all in and then end with Smite plus Leper, the Leper would only deal 3 instead of 2, because he wouldn't have a Shadow Spell in hand anymore, and he doesn't really even have that many Shadow Spells to draw into, because he's used both Raised Heads.
There's some scenarios too where he wants to Void Shard through a Ice Barrier. He's quickly checking the list, but they've always got Ice Barriers, right? Yeah, there's one.
Yep.
Fled does get the Ice Barrier in time to buy an extra turn. Without that, it would have just been smite you in the face.
Wow. Okay, that is insane. Is able to hit second fire sale, clear things up, and then also get the Ice Barrier down to block Mr. Smite, because I'm sure Nalgidon was wanting to Mr. Smite here. And like you said, end the game with a Void Shard plus a hero power on the turn after. That would have been a nice setup. But now Ice Barrier's in the way, so it looks like he's probably going to want to end the game with just hero powers and spells. If he goes Attendant Void Shard hero power on this turn, that pushes 8, and then sets up for... what, 2 turns worth of hero power or a Void Shard at any moment?
Yep. It's 9, but yeah, same thing, right? No, it is 8. I can't add. You can add. Yeah, either way, Fled's now on a clock. He's got 3 cards in hand. And from where Nalgidon's sat, that's probably okay. From where Fled's sat, multicast is quite a big deal. Can't flow multicaster. Oh, he can actually. Can't ever be attacked again, realistically. Oh, is that true?
Magic?
I think it's true.
I've heard of it.
He's got to have a next turn, though.
Yep. Got to rip the Mizaki. The cram session's going to be useless. Got no helpers at the moment.
Hmm? I guess for specifically Mr. Smite, that does prevent some damage.
Yeah, he wanted to trade the Void Touch in there to give less flowy targets for the pop-off turn. That's why I think he was a bit sad.
It actually would have been lethal if he hadn't flurried. Right?
No.
Void Touch attended is
Yes, it would. Yeah.
Yeah. Would have been exactly 12, so...
Those ones add up quick. I thought I'd added them up, but no.
And this still sets up lethal, but it also presents a 6/5. It does make it so Flood could play a second Ice Barrier, but that Ice Barrier would have to be somehow randomly generated because he only plays the one in the list.
Okay, yeah, I thought the first one might have been randomly generated, but I lost track from an orb or something, but no.
Is there any way he can deal enough damage? No, right? Like with a Void Touch attendant on board, if he just starts throwing spells to the face. And there is still a flow going on, so refreshings. Nope, it's. Oh wait, he does play 2. Oh no, he got the first one was discarded.
He got the first one.
So he could play the second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the only downside of playing this Smite. The upside is that he's got so many different things going on.
Yep.
Let's try him. He's throwing things everywhere. It's getting close. It's not going to get there, but
I mean, is it close? Come on. Even if like the Siphon mana went face, he would have put him to 9. So yep. And yeah, needed to kill that turn and wasn't able to find the Mizaki early on. If he had found the Mizaki early on, I'm sure he gets there. But came quite late in the draw sequence. Didn't even have enough mana to play it when it came down because didn't have the mana biscuit. Had to use it on the turn just to essentially stay alive because Mr. Smite would have dealt its damage much earlier. He would have been dead before the Mizaki was even able to be picked up. So expected outcome, to be quite honest, with that matchup. Hard for Mizaki Mage to withstand the pressure of the Shadow Priest in most situations.
Yep. It looks so weird, fled without that bunk bed in the background.
I know. And with the light on as well.
Yeah. All right, he's going on to the Weapon Rogue.
All right, so what does he want this to hit into? He wants to hit into Bird Shaman, assuming they don't have Wildpaw Caverns at all. Warrior could be okay. It's just the Warrior matchup can get a little bit weird if you don't have a great start with Shank.
And that's it.
Because you have to decide when to cloak. It's not that hard, right?
I mean, that's the choices.
Yeah. So he probably wants it in Warrior. That's a better matchup overall.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too.
I also think so, TJ. I agree with you. And I question everything. So if I agree with you, either I didn't listen to you, which has been known, or it's definitely correct.
All right, here we go. There are 28, no, 26 almost useless cards in this matchup. Up until a certain point.
When you said 20, I started counting because in this deck from Nalgadan are 21 different cards. It's like a subtle nightmare.
It's Highlander Warrior.
It's nearly Highlander Warrior, yeah. He's got Vipers and a Blade Storm and 1 Rancor, 1 Brawl. Right. So he's got a load of useless cards, and Fled's going to have a Shank in the hand. But there is a Viper lurking in the deck. Another Shank. So there's only 1 Viper, which he did draw.
It still slows him down, though, right?
It does, yeah.
And still damage. Like, it's a 3/4 that's just not going anywhere most of the time.
Yeah, you don't want to slow down to kill that, I don't think. Not usually, like you say, most of the time. Occasionally you might take time out, but yeah. Shank, Viper, Shank. That's like my golf rounds.
But what does it mean?
What does what mean?
Give my golf rounds. Ooh.
So I Shank.
No. Yeah. I say ooh, but Lord Barov is essentially useless in the matchup. Just getting it out there as a 3/2 is good. Wait for him to jam some poisons on the weapon, and then you Viper. Nagadon's not really sacrificing much to do that. Like to do it in this order, just a tiny bit more damage taken. But it's more damage gained in the long run, because if he does have a second Shank right away and hasn't expended any poisons, then you're going to be wishing you did it this way.
Yeah, and also Nagadon is actually going to be able to exert some pressure this way.
Yep.
This is a relevant amount of damage, given he has the axe as well in his hand and Mr. Smite as well. This is some stuff.
Yeah. Could be looking at a pretty quick win.
Yeah, Fled's now being forced to actually care about the stuff on the board. Do you want the weapon, or do you want to just coin out Smite and hit him?
Wow. You drive a hard bargain. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Hitting him.
I like this. It's like almost a lethal setup.
Yeah, it's getting close. And he's still on 26, and the way he's done this now, he can start to axe and hero power next turn. And you'd imagine at some point he'll even draw some damage. There's always the threat of just ripping a Faceless off the top as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and because of that, Fled has had to take the cloak #1.
Hasn't gained nearly any armor this game.
You just play it.
Probably not.
Okay.
It's really just not that. I mean, I guess it's still a 6/6,
It's
right?
lethal, right? Yeah.
And if he scabs, you just get it back.
Yeah.
But you could
He
be
doesn't-
spending mana doing other things. And
Sure.
Nagadon plays the Bulwark knowing that there's other things that Fled needs to attend to at the moment. And spending 3 mana on Viper is probably not one of them. However, he actually does manage to find a way to have a good turn where he clears the Smite and the Bulwark. With Secret Passion in hand, it's actually not that terrible of a situation for Fled right now, I guess.
Yeah, now the immediate lethal threats are kind of over.
Yeah.
Now, down you see they're fiddling around with Rancor, trying to now work out how to gain some armor and not die rather than win the game. That's kind of why I like just playing the 6/6 on the board. But I guess when that's gone, Fled knows there's no more threats, so...
Yeah, he would never have to cloak, essentially. He can save cloak until... What, like Magtheridon comes down, I guess?
Yeah, that's forever, yeah. It might not be, but it can be. Yep, so we're back to the normal things. He's going to try and get a card. No, he's going to get some armor, okay. And now we're back into normal Hearthstone mode after that little flurry of attacking.
How far are we away from Galvangar? I feel like we're still pretty far away from Indy.
I don't think he's gained much armor. Yeah, he's not gained much armor at all.
And with no bulwark now, and now Gidon having no way to really protect himself from damage. Blood just seems good to go.
Yeah, I think so too.
Another happy guild.
One heavy plate might change everything. Well, it'll change the armor total, that's for sure. It'll change something.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's shaking his head, but I mean, I can see why, but as it happens,
He didn't find another poison, so he couldn't attack with his weapon. Ended up being like not that great of a secret passage, and that was, I guess he has another one. Not the end of the world.
yeah. And he has at least dealt with the bulwark as well, so that's something going forwards that he's got on his side.
Yep. He can just kind of plan out his damage.
Yep, take the 3, it's there. Maybe just get a straight 9 from the captain. If you pick up a heavy plate next turn, that would be lethal. I think. I'm going to assume that it is, but I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
Yes. It would mean he would have, he has 6 armor right now, so it's at least 6.
Yep.
Another happy.
So he would have just needed 1 other armor up throughout the game.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I
he
think
did.
so. Yeah, I am too. I just didn't want to like fully commit because I'm not careful like that.
Yeah, always end every piece of analysis with, I don't know.
Yeah, I know this
Maybe.
thing, but
I don't know.
really know.
Yeah.
What do I know? Draw the heavy plate so we find out. But now it wouldn't be lethal anyway because Scabs has been played to get out of range. Oh!
Frozen Buckler, definitely. Now it's for sure
Yep.
active. But still needs... even with both these hits, he's still off. He would need a Faceless. Has to Minefield here. Does he... Is 7 cards left in deck? Does he feel like he also has to Frozen Buckler?
T8, 30 if he just hero powers. Using 2.
I guess he wants the mana to be able to do other things on a separate turn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is the Faces pickup, which would just end the game.
Yep. And ooh, this is awkward because you don't really want to attack through all of the armor because you know that he just has would have 5 less health. Yeah, he could just. Yeah, with just an attack with the weapon, he would put him down to 5 armor, so it'd be the same. So it looks like he's gonna try and get Cloak out of his deck, trade Cutlasses to put more cards in his hand.
Yeah, just do the things that you do. He's down to only 1 card in deck, so we've got to be aware of those Garrotes next turn with the Guild Trader as well.
Yep. Okay. Could have kept trading, right? If he had hero powered the cloak instead, could have traded more.
Yep. Actherodon.
He could use it to draw a card.
It gives your opponent 3 more damage, which could well be relevant. It's time to calculate, right? You can see how much damage the Garrotes are.
It's infinite. That's how
It
much
is
damage
infinite.
it is.
Yeah, it really is.
Guild Trader, 1 Sinister Strike, both Wicked Sabs. The Wicked Sabs deal 8. So that's 16, 21 just from Wicked Sabs and Sinister Strike. And then you just throw in a Garrote with like 1 bleed and you're dead.
Yeah.
But at this point, like, he needs multiple cards in order to win the game. So I think he has to draw cards.
Yeah. Makes sense. Find some armor. No.
Oh, it's lethal next turn.
It is. For somebody. Okay. Blam, 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 blam. Trade.
He's got a trade
Yes.
plus an attack with a Silverleaf Poison.
That's going to be lethal.
He's like not even waiting for the. It's lethal in hand. Even without the bleed because of the extra damage that he got. It was lethal in hand without anything else strong. He didn't even need the Garrote.
It's just stupid. It's a stupid amount of damage, and Fled levels the scores at 1 apiece. Oh, this is a weird matchup, just the way these decks are lining up into each other. It's been a weird night, to be fair.
It has been.
Weird draws from decks that should do well, and some one-sided matchups.
Yeah, it feels like after like 3 weeks of regular season of incredibly close series with incredibly balanced matchups, like it just feels like we regressed weeks with the lineups. Like it feels like the lineups have gotten worse, but in reality, the lineups have gotten better, and that's why they seem all wonky and one-sided because the lineups are doing what they're supposed to do, like more often than not, and that leads to incredibly one-sided games because that's just Conquest's nature. But like the way that games have been playing out today, you're like, what are these decks?
It's like, and he won it. That I still can't get over that hand where Nalgadan mulliganed quite sensibly, looking for Trog. Just a perfectly nice curve on Priest. It just pulled all of his expensive cards, and that just summed up the first like 3 matches to me. But this one is 1 apiece, and we have got 4 different decks remaining with that Shaman and the Warrior for Nalgadan, and the Demon Hunter and the Mizaki Mage for Fled. So anything still might happen in this one. And of course, the winner goes to semi-final, and the loser goes back to the Masters Tour circuit, unless it's Fled, in which case he's still got last call.
Yep. And again, we're looking at like a matchup-dependent end to the series where the Mizaki Mage looks quite good against the last 2 remaining decks from Nalgadan. But Nalgadan looks pretty good in what, just Burn Shaman against? I don't even know Brood Demon Hunter's matchups, to be quite honest.
I struggle because it has no removal, no aggression, no anything, and it's one of the best decks there is.
Yeah, I feel like the Charge Warrior is just going to be in a pretty rough spot if Broods come down, right? Because then they're distracted by Broods, and the inevitability is on Fled's side, kind of, because of Kazakhstan. But then, like, at that point, maybe Nalgadan would have been able to draw into his combo, but then he also has to worry about Lion's Frenzy damage, right? So
I mean, the Warrior...
never mind, it's Glide. Like, Glide just absolutely ruins this deck.
Yeah, just combo that, right? Like we've both been down on this Charge Warrior for most of the season. I think week 1 we might have thought it was okay because of the dead cards, and against Demon Hunter, dead cards is dead decks.
Yeah.
Oh, that Spectral is in trouble.
It's got its bodyguards. It's all right.
Just look after it. Yeah, you'll be fine.
You pat it on the shoulder. You'll be all right, Spectral Sight. You'll be all right.
Yeah. No one's drawing 2 on our watch.
Yeah.
Got you covered. Oh my.
Yeah, but a glide at any point is
You're in the bush.
yeah, glide in the hand.
Alright, Nalgadan is going to draw some cards because that's kind of what he has to do, even though he knows that the thing will happen to him in the end. Ah, it's horrible.
Yeah, you dump cards where you can. You try not to use like cutting classes, right? Just to make sure you have those in your deck. Still, if Glide does come out.
What is happening tonight?
Oh, he can complete quest with Spectral Sight, or with that.
Now he can.
No brutes though.
No brutes.
Discounted one card. Discounted one card.
Yeah, I feel comfortable laughing at this because they've both got such horrible hands that it's funny. If it's only one person, it feels a little bit unfair. But when you're watching this back, players, you know, you've both got garbage, so we're just laughing with you, not at you.
Yep.
Nalgadan nearly fills his hand up.
Trade one, play one.
Yeah.
Is it even worth trading one, right? It's a card he can dump that actually does something, right?
The librarian's back.
Oh my
Goodness, what is going? Yeah, Fled
Oh my goodness.
finally had to emote. Yeah.
At this point, Nalgadan's just going to complete the... I was going to say complete the quest.
Wow.
Kind of a quest.
I'm sorry. He's had that librarian 3 times in the last 3 times he could get it. The only thing it hasn't done is traded into itself. Because that's not actually possible. Meanwhile,
Great deck.
Bladestorm's totally useless.
You just heavy played again in Hero Power? I don't even know.
You say Nalgadan's making progress, but it's all eventually going to get glided away.
Maybe not. Fled went last game. He got all the way to 7 cards left in his deck and didn't hit a brute.
Yeah.
If this game is the opposite, then he hit, both the brutes are in the left. They're in position.
Tell you what, you're not embersing 42 health away either. That's an actual 47, maybe. I don't know. He just hard casts a brute.
What else he's supposed to do?
I don't know, but next turn it's going to go Magtheridon into Bladestorm.
Oh, well, you can go Magtheridon Shield Shadow right now.
Can, but he might get the whiff that Fled's got the other brute in hand and save it for next turn. And just take
So what? Well, he knows that there's another brute in hand.
Even so, yeah, that's true. But I meant to, but yes. All right. Oh my.
Unleashed!
And the reason Fled is so distraught, obviously, I mean, the hand he's had has been disgraceful as well. But this is the matchup that he was supposed to win. Like, this is the key one.
Yeah.
What is this hand? Yeah, like, Fled's going crazy here because what's going on with this hand?
Well, he attacks in because he wants to play around Faceless on a 12-12, which...
Can I just make another 12-3 here? I don't think you do, but he's got to consider it, right?
No, I think he's fine to just continue on. He knows that Glide would have to be off the top with how things have been working out for Fled.
I'll word it the other way. How does Fled deal with the 2 12-3s?
What about Mr. Smite?
Item.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I like this. I like this.
Okay.
You've just seen Fled have a nightmare dealing with the first one, right?
Yeah, true.
And then you hold back Mr. Smite and the weapon for next turn to kill off one of the brutes, and...
Yeah, you're right. There's just no removal in this deck.
So he hasn't used the weapon because Smite plus weapon will kill a brute if Fled does actually have a turn where brutes come down. And then one of your 12 threes kills the other brute, and then you hit 12 to face.
Yeah.
It's weird, but...
Wow.
Wow. I mean, he could Soul Shear and Brute and Tusk Piercer.
A great sight.
And now go down, yeah. He's on 59, by the way. And he's still got Bulwark in hand as well. Completes part 1 of the quest on turn 8. Wondering if you need any more backup as to why Fled's like angry about this. That's turn 8 quest completion. In a deck that only has card draw and nothing else.
Ooh, so he can Soul Shear one or get both brutes down.
And this is where Nalgadan's last turn should help a lot, because now he can, because he didn't swing with a final charge. Rancor play with a minefield.
Rancor Blade, or... That leaves exactly 5 health. Minefield, Mr. Smite, that's lethal.
2-1 Nalgadan. Nicely played there, I feel, as well. Not just because he made the play that I suggested, but because you saw how it worked out. He had enough removal to get through the brutes. He knew that. He kept the weapon back for partly that purpose as well. And gets there. Takes a 2-1 lead. But Fled's hand. We've seen this a lot tonight. That was absolute. Like, we joke about brute being a bit of a wobbly deck, but the one thing it always does is draws cards. And it just didn't.
Yeah, not a great situation. And 2 brute games, he's seen both ends, where one game he had all of the card draw in the world and never hit brutes. And then another game where he hit all of the brutes, but none of the card draw. So was able to get the brutes down, but at that point it was much too late. And Nalgadan sneaks across the warrior, which looked like it was in not that great of a spot.
Right.
Looking at the 2 remaining decks from Fled with Mazaki Mage and the Brute Demon Hunter, so, or Glide Demon Hunter, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't really matter what you're backing alongside of it. Okay, now we move over to Burn Shaman. Again, there is the Cult Neophytes thrown in there, and a Blade Master Akani. Whew. Okay.
Yeah, and I feel like when you just see Burn Shaman versus these 2 matchups, you think, nah, not so sure. But the Akani and the double Neophyte have really feel like they're targeting the weak points of the deck, right? They feel like they're actually going to be very valuable against the Mage in particular, but also against the Demon Hunter. Feels like they're just the right cards to have to make this into a really good deck. I really like it. I always say that, but I hadn't seen this build before this weekend. And I do think it's a really good bring.
Yeah. We'll see how it works out. Still some potentially rough matchups on paper. Obviously, it's Burn Shaman, so you could just Bloom Caverns and you're set. But outside of that, it's another deck where sometimes Glide really hurts. Sometimes you're just trying to piece together a game plan when you're getting like Macaws and Snowfall Guardians and burn spells in the early game, and that just doesn't do much against a lot of decks. So
He's going to be the mage first. Just going to finish that point, though. With there being no heal in the Demon Hunter, the glides are a little bit less painful because you can just launch stuff at face and it sticks. Whereas against the regular Demon Hunter, obviously, they heal, then they glide you, and it's all gone away. Anyway, he's got all the disruption, but not much else going on now, Gedan, in this opener. The downside when you play tech cards, of course. But he has got the Cavern. That's something that's going on. Turn 2 Neophyte, turn 3 Cavern, turn 4 Carney.
Muzzle there.
that sounds quite good.
He can also, he wants to. No, he can't. I was just going to say he can parrot, but the parrot's fine with these tech cards anyway, both of them. Like the parrot will copy the Akani, right?
But does it it won't copy the choice.
You don't get to choose, but it will pin.
Do they happen simultaneously? Ooh, I don't even know.
No, nor do I. It's an interaction I haven't seen, I've got to admit. But he's going to copy the Neophyte anyway.
Yep. Be good, we don't have to worry about it. Whew.
Yeah. Whew. Don't have to know those interactions. We're good.
Well, when you put it that way. All right, caverns it up.
The way he's played this is to, and he did hover over them for a bit of a clue, is to keep the coin for the Brukan.
Yeah, also I think that he doesn't want to play the Okani until he thinks that Fled's going to kill him.
Yep.
Because you can just play it and counter a minion. And then Fled has to deviate and play a minion, which isn't always the easiest thing to do in Mazaki Mage. It's only primordial studies and multicasters. So I think he's just going to save it until the last possible moment and say, all right, I think he's about to Mazaki. He's loaded up.
Got him, yeah.
Yeah.
Planning his curve here so that he doesn't mess up the potential coin Brukan. Of course,
Yeah.
he does want to play these portals sooner rather than later before any ice barriers come down.
So Portal Sleepbreaker.
Are there any
That's a pirate.
pirates in this deck? Fleet Breaker, hang on. No. Brilliant Macaw, no. Multicaster, yes. There is a hidden pirate in this deck.
Wait, what? That Ignite is at 4 already?
Yep. Nutty. Oh. Now we're talking. So he can Portal Overdraft if he wants to. With Fled down to 2 cards.
Oh, what about that? Wait, he's only played Nature. Oh, with only 2 cards in hand? Okani for a spell?
Yep.
Oh, no, minion. Okay, he's just getting the minion out of the way. This blocks multicaster, though. Now Fled has to find a minion. He's going to test with the spell first, because he can't afford to have this Arcane Intellect done. And now he knows what it is, so he needs... Wait.
He can just find a way to kill the 2/6, but yeah, Fled's just there with the emotes. He's given up. He's not given up, but he's emotionally given up, I think.
I mean, he's like... Not a draw away. Like, if he hits Refreshing Spring Water, and then... Because it costs 3. He could just no, because he needs to play a minion first. Eey. Yeah, he is dead.
Dead next turn as well. Yeah.
He is real dead. Holy moly, that is all sorts of dead.
Yeah, probably makes the 2-3s here. All right. Sure. Oh, well, there's a minion, but it needs to be a very good minion. It needs to be steward into something amazing.
Predictable. That puts stars in my eyes.
And it's gone.
Great promise.
Now get on, TJ.
That'll do it. Wait, nope, one off.
All right.
Yeah, I mean,
Like, attack with something, wind chill, and then that'll do it because you'll get a lightning bolt, and that's the end.
do you ever just like? No, I was gonna say find a target to frostbite.
Oh, actually,
He's
yeah.
gonna look for the
there's a
bird
way.
spell. Still not it. So there's a chance for Fled. A very small chance, okay? Refreshing Spring Water or Arcane Intellect off the top. Or even Multicaster off the top. Because there's a lot of stuff that's free. He's got 2 Spring Waters, 2 Multicasters, 1 Arcane Intellect. Runed Orb, he's got one of those. He could find something. A lot of draws in the deck that at least give him a chance. Oh, that's it. Never mind. He found the lightning bolt. Okay. In a weird way, I was hoping like he wouldn't get it and Flood would have this miracle pop-off turn and then get really close, but not quite, right? Just to make that game close, which we haven't had many close games today. Just for that sake. But Nalgadon does take it 3-1 in the series. We'll move on with Pascoa as the 2 players to make it out of Group A into that semi-finals. Nalgadon looking for another Worlds appearance. And, you know, he just narrowly snuck in to playoffs, but it does seem like he's making the most of it. And even though his lineup looks weird, it makes sense. And I feel like it could go far because it's not this super one-dimensional lineup. It's got game against aggro lineups, and it's got game against some of the slower control heavy lineups. Now, obviously, a lot of matchups in that series did not play out how they're supposed to, right?
Yeah. The whole night didn't play out how it was.
The whole night, just a bunch of weird. But hey, you take them. You take them. And we have also 2 completely different lineups in moving on, right? Did they even share a deck between the 2 of them? Beast Druid?
Very quick look. They've both got Beast Druid. And that's it. Pascoa's got the buff Paladin, the Rally Priest, and the Quest Rogue. And Nalgadon has got the Shaman, the Shadow Priest, and the Charge Warrior. So not even, apart from the Beast Druid, they're not even similar. They're just stuff. Both just got stuff.
Yeah. It's just stuff. But there's going to be our matches for tomorrow. Dmitry Kazlov got that bye. We'll be waiting in the winners match for Pun versus Gamer RVG, 2 brand new Grandmasters. And then the man himself, the veteran, Monsanto. They're down there in the elimination match. But he should look at today as a sense of motivation. Because Nalgadon, who also had that 7/8 seed, also a veteran, been here since the beginning, started off in the elimination match and dug his way out into the semifinals. So
If you
he
thought
only has
today's
that one
lineup-
shot.
If you thought today's lineups were weird, Pun has got what we're calling Evolve Shaman.
Yeah. Who played it in? We saw someone play it. Adriano.
Could have been, yeah.
Yeah, it was Adriano played it to pretty good success. Pretty good success. Pretty large success.
Pretty
A good amount of success.
With a good
Pretty
amount of
successfully. He played it with a good amount of success in the Master Store last week. I think he finished 5-3, which is for his lineup, pretty impressive. And it's very similar to it. It does run like Wailing Vapor, which was not in Adriana's list, and Pitmaster, but Pitmaster just makes sense in Evolved Shaman. Doesn't make that much sense with Drekthar, but the deck isn't designed to be this super well-oiled machine where every interaction is perfect, right? Or else more people would be playing it. Sometimes you play Drekthar and you get a Pitmaster and a Cage Match Custodian. That's just how it is, right? That's just the way the world works.
Well, two
just want
things.
minions on board. Yeah. But yeah, it should be a fun day tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that one. And getting our last 2 spots in the semifinals. We mentioned in our last week of Grandmasters competition, the regular season, that we had a lot of newcomers, players that were brand new to Grandmasters, having a lot of success this season. There's a chance that we see Pun and Gamer RBG move on, and our top 4 is 3 players that entered Grandmasters this year, which would be crazy.
And now Gidan, who is a different player, a better player every single year. So it's 4 new players.
Yep. 4 new players. Yep. He's evolved once again. Improved so much. He was already good, but keeps improving, and eventually he'll be unstoppable. Maybe it's now. Maybe he's unstoppable now. Maybe this is the year. The year of now Gidan. Yon.
Gone.
Yeah.
It's orange.
But Neil, it's time for us to go, and with that, I would like to open the floor to you for your final words ever on a Friday of America's Grandmasters.
I would just like
What
to
would you like
say
to
that
say?
I've enjoyed every Friday of America's Grandmasters, especially the ones that I've cast, but all the others as well. And it's been a pleasure to cast on a Friday, the last Friday of America's Regional Grandmasters with you, TJ. And I look forward to many more last ofs in the coming days and months.
Well, you don't have to wait long, because tomorrow is the very last Saturday of America's Grandmasters, which, like we said, should be a good one. But Neil and I are done. We're done talking. I'm pretty sure everybody's getting sick of us talking. Probably everybody out there at post-production's like, yeah, we want to go home. Yeah, of course we're not. But oh, production just said,
So
no,
we
we
can
don't.
carry on.
Oh,
Dig
they
in,
say we carry
everybody.
All right, well, no, I'm just kidding. No, we're for real. We're done. So again, we will return tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern or 12 noon Pacific. There's your America's time zone. So for myself, from Neil, from the entire production and broadcast group, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone action.
72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right from where is cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.